Welcome everybody to 2017 LCK Spring. My name is Valdez, with me is LS tonight, and we have a couple matchups here. Two of the Titan teams, KT and SK, coming down, and we do have them going up against a couple of the mid-level teams. The first matchup of the night is going to be MVP versus KT.
Yep, MVP coming off their loss against Jin Air Green Wings in a matchup that was basically showcasing that they were all over the place. They had 14 unique champion picks across 3 games, couldn't really find their groove, and then they were really hard-pressed to find themselves with any sort of macro capability as the games kept progressing. And so tonight against KT Rolster, I can't really see anything turning out too well against them, especially with the style that KT has been showing so far in LCK.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect it. I mean, KT is undefeated so far. I mean, they did lose 1 game to Afrika. And you can see the hype is real in the stadium as well. Hashtag SMEB, Supreme Miraculous Excellent Boy. That's the man right there.
There he is indeed. And we're going to be jumping into picks and bans here in just a second. And we're going to see what other unconventional drafts maybe MVP has in store for us. But KT probably just going to stick to the tried and true method that they've been following so far this spring.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And here we go. Malzahar to start for MVP.
Probably just see KT go with the traditional bans on red side, although we have seen some variations in recent weeks where the red side can elect not to ban one of the 3 OP champions and then steal a ban away from blue side. But MVP now banning away the Zyra, 2 support bans.
2 support bans already. Another ban that you might expect is Varus. A lot of red side Varus bans we've been seeing. But they are going to go with the Jace, another very popular ban nowadays. We've seen them ban that out before.
Now we'll see what KT ends up doing. They could do something abstract.
And will it actually be that Varus ban? It will be.
So they're gonna give the Rengar over to, or not the Rengar, the Camille over to MVP.
It seems like MVP, well, they were highlighting the Talon and now the Ezreal. I would highly doubt any of these picks. Don't get too excited, guys.
I don't know what that champion is, Brendan.
Never seen it before in my life.
I've never seen it, yeah.
Doesn't exist.
It's a rare Pokemon. So there is the Camille to be locked in. KT probably going to respond with AD carry jungler here or AD carry support, given that MVP has had such an emphasis on the support bans. There's the Ashe locked in, and that's just basically going to act as a soft counter to the remaining AD carries that are available, the Jhin, the Caitlyn, and the Ezreal. And there's the Kha'Zix already picked up. Beyond now hovering the Elise, MVP probably wants to respond with an AD carry here, either Jhin or Caitlyn. And it is locked in. Now KT could just go with a support pick if they really want to, or they could just get their top laner out of the way.
And we saw some Zed play the other night out of MVP. I don't really want to see it again. It wasn't too effective. He kind of just ran in and died once it got late in the game. So we are going to see the Karma pickup. That support has been picked for KT as we go into the second series of bans.
And Thresh now being highlighted by KT. Thresh is significantly stronger on the blue side than he is on red, primarily because of his ability to interact and mess with Baron plays.
Got a Shen ban there. We've been seeing him more and more in the top lane. Wouldn't be a bad guy to throw up in top lane against Camille either. Someone who hasn't been banned yet is Singed. We saw that as another answer for Camille. You kind of just don't fight her. You just run away and regen forever.
Shen being banned by MVP, and then following up with a highlighted Maokai ban is a little bit interesting, because that's a champion that normally you would want to pick if you're opting for the Shen ban, but now handing it over to KT here. And they're going to get their top laner out of the way, and this is going to enable them to reserve their mid lane counter pick.
These guys have been trolling all night with the hovers, man. Renekton, Darius, and then Renekton will be locked in. So we will be seeing Smeb on Renekton, no doubt. And Sion. So something you've been talking about is how Camille doesn't exactly have to be in that top lane. If they do get the Sion, I guess we might be seeing a support Camille. But it looks like they're not going to be picking that Sion. Not going to get too crazy with us. Looks like a Syndra pick here.
Syndra is locked in for MVP. Now they do need a support champion. Not too many are available. There's the Tom Kench. That would be quite well against the Ash Arrows for a support pick. And are they going to lock it in? We're going to have to wait and see. But nonetheless, they're going to have quite good mid and top lane, and that'll alleviate some of the pressure off of Beyond's Elise to make up for the lack of pressure that Tom Kench is going to have in the bottom side, especially being blue. And KT now hovering the Ryze pick. Ryze is going to be locked in.
Pawn is up there. I think he's got the highest KDA out of any mid laner right now, even ahead of Faker. And we've been seeing some Azir out of him, but with Ryze still being available and no chance at Cassiopeia on the other side, they already know that it is Syndra in the mid lane. So Ryze being picked up here. And there you have it. There are our team compositions. How do you feel about both of these? Who do you think kind of got the edge here in the pick ban phase?
Well, KT's team composition is a lot more mid-range than MVP's in the sense that once they have their first core item and their second core item, they're going to have a lot stronger spikes than MVP until Ed is going to be able to get to that third item on Camille or the fourth item. Obviously, Camille's split push is going to become effective in the later stages of the game, especially given that she is blue side, so the interaction later on against a red side Kha'Zix is going to be more problematic for KT. But what KT is going for here is they're just trying to roll over MVP in the early mid stages of the game and not really worry too much about the late game.
Yeah, and when you're a team like KT that hasn't lost a single series just yet, they are definitely the most skilled team so far, or at least they've proven to be. And going up against a mid-range team here in MVP, mid-tier team, I guess I should say, why not just go with the early mid picks and try to roll them over in the lane? We've seen that happen before. And this might be a quick night. Got both of the telecom teams here, KT and SKT. It's really, the story here is, can these weaker teams just rise above and pick up another upset against some of these super strong teams?
MVP struggled to overcome Jin Air Green Wings. They managed to edge it out, but KT, no slouches to the macro game, especially going to be a lot more difficult of an opponent. And I like how they're trying to set the tempo for the night with this team composition that they drafted against MVP.
We'll see if they can do it here going into game number 1 of MVP versus KT for our Tuesday LCK night. Join us right now on the Rift as we jump into it. Well, the KT fan club, they've always been known as one of the biggest, and they've come out in force tonight. Everybody holding up the Supreme Miraculous Excellent Boy banners. Okay, Smeb.
MVP looking to get some ward coverage down on KT's red side jungle. They want to scout out if Score is going to potentially just have one of the new Wraith variation starts, where you eat the Raptor camp early on. Provides a lot more flexibility for some of the jungler routes that you can take.
We didn't hear in the brush, and Ed is going to face check this. We have Score around, and he's not going to be able to get too much damage done, but Ed forced to jump the wall, and we'll go back.
This is actually a really big victory, though, for KT. Ed's not going to get to the lane until later on, and he's going to be at a little bit of an experience deficit. Although perhaps I underestimate Camille's ability to grappling hook her way back to the lane in time.
Well, he's attempting to do that. Still looks like she might lose maybe one creep, if anything, one minion there. And we saw some pings going down on the blue side jungle of MVP as they thought as they were invading, maybe KT would get down some wards, but there's no vision there. So they don't really know exactly how Elise started. And she did start on those wraiths. Actually, Syndra helping out there. So going to get a quick start on there and then go to a red, head towards her blue.
Score opting for just a red camp clear into his wolves and then blue. So a much more standard route. A little bit peculiar that he's not being more greedy with his route, primarily because it's unlikely that he's going to be able to create any chaos in bottom lane, and they already know that he's not going to be able to find a counter gank down in bottom.
Nice bit of trading here from Ian, actually, getting Pawn down to about half health already. Then again, Pawn just trying to push and get enough money to buy that tier. We see Elise looking for a gank with the blasting plants, and here we go, trying to get on in there. Does miss the stun, gets the slow. It's really going to be down to this Cocoon, trying to really read it too much there, and Smeb just going to stroll on out of there like it's nothing. Not even blowing either of his summoners. No flash used.
And that has to hurt mentally if you're Beyond right now. Coming in here to get his Gromp. Score seems to know the timing on this. This is absolutely fantastic.
Wow. Comes in. It looks like maybe Beyond got that smite. Yeah, he did. But this might be the first kill of the game. There you go. Smeb joining on in, gets first blood onto Beyond.
Smeb gets first blood onto Beyond. Now he's going to be able to head back to top lane. Lane is in a fantastic spot. You can see that Pawn, meanwhile, in mid lane, not under a lot of pressure. Actually did cancel his recall, though. A little bit interesting there. And meanwhile, Score is now going to be able to completely gut Beyond's left side jungle. And now Beyond only has one route. Forced to go to Golems, but when he does go to Golems, it's obvious that KT is going to know exactly where he is for about the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Score, veteran jungler here, knows exactly where Beyond was before going into the Gromp, which really opened that first kill. Beyond getting just way too fancy with that play, trying to flash and get the better angle on the Cocoon, assuming that Smeb would flash, but Smeb just so calm, so collected, does not get caught out like there. And now you just see Score coming into mid, helping push. Obviously, Pawn wants to go for recall here, and will do so after this lane goes out.
Pawn going to be able to get the recall, managed to have a little bit of a CS advantage before he does that. And meanwhile, up in top lane, talking about a CS advantage, it's about 13, so we can just watch this replay. So Score is able to track Beyond through the fog of war. He knows that where his movements are and when he would be starting the Gromp, and just wards before he hops over. Smeb, because he was able to save his flash from the earlier game, now able to flash to close the distance and pick himself up that first blood.
Just unbelievable game sense. There was no vision there for you guys who were, you know, just watching for the first time. He just knew that he had to go there, essentially. Now we see Beyond trying again. They know that Smeb did burn his flash for that kill. So if they can land a Cocoon, maybe we could see a kill go down onto Smeb. Big wave here.
The problem is that Smeb should have an inclination that that could have been happening. And the reason for that is because the enemy bottom lane recalled, and the fact that KT knew that there would be no reason for Beyond to be on the right-hand side of the map would only suggest that Beyond has to be top in some sense. So a lane gank is a very real possibility, and Beyond going for a high variance play, not really paying off.
And you can see how fast Smeb reacted to it too. As you were saying, he had an idea that it was coming in, but also when you're trying to gank a Renekton, you can just dash away as long as his reaction time is fast enough, as it was for Smeb. So gets away easily. Beyond getting no damage down. Smeb putting down more deep wards. You can see Elise is down in there on those wolves. And so far, even just taking a look at the mini-map, it seems like even Mata heading towards mid, helping ward up the right side of the river just to keep Pawn a little bit safer there. And they definitely have map control at this point in time.
Top lane, a little bit of a trade coming out Ed seems to be getting the better end of it. Actually going to cast his ultimate.
And he's going deep onto this one. Smeb, he was forced to fight there, pops his own ultimate. And in the end, Ed is the one who backs off first with that mobility. There is a control ward up top. You can see that Ed is playing it very safely. And he is going to spot him on this ward right here. It's about to run out, actually. And it seems like maybe they want to go for the dive. You can see Pawn actually rotating up top too, but Ed already knows about this. Will have to dash away, and there he does go.
Still manages to zone Ed off of the entire wave, so it's still a pretty big success nonetheless. Now with blue buff being up, Ian, he's over here, but we're going to see them potentially contest the blue. Syndra not able to pick it up. Spore secures that blue buff, and meanwhile in bottom lane, Deft and Mata going aggressive. They know that they can do this because it's likely that Beyond had to come over onto the left-hand side of the map. And with every lane going the way that it is, KT is already at a 1.5k gold lead almost. And we're only 8 minutes into the game, and this is just through CS and that first blood.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the way that KT games go. Not a big surprise. Really just outplaying in every way so far. Even in bot lane, you can see a small CS gap beginning to form. About 13 CS ahead is Deft over Maha. And down in the bot lane, I mean, you see a bit of trading here, but Max has shown that he can essentially play any champion. And we're going to see if his Tom Kench is up to snuff as well. You see blowing the curtain call here. Actually gets that fourth shot onto Deft, so Deft going low. But Max also a bit low here in the lane.
Deft and Mata probably still feeling relatively safe against a gank if Beyond were to appear. So it's not like they're worrying too much. Score at Gromp. And it looks like KT's actually just going to recall anyway. They hand over the buff, and now you see Score coming down. Probably just going to get the Scuttle Crab as his bottom lane resets. But then, Deft and Mata actually cancel their recall. And I love what Score's doing right now. He's intentionally not attacking the ward, just letting the control ward disable it. He's gonna pick up the dragon.
That's a cool part about those control wards. If he takes it out, then they're like, okay, he's sticking around. So they might want to go for this, but there's no vision when you put down the control ward anyway. Pawn really wants to kill that, and he does, both of them getting the control wards out there. But the Infernal Drake is the first Drake going over to KT, who already have a pretty significant lead. Things only going better for them so far.
Meanwhile, up in top lane, almost a 30 CS lead for Smeb here. And the Camille pick not really doing too much for MVP this time around. It looks like Beyond might path his way back up to top lane. He's been devoting a lot of attention to it so far this game. And basically at a cost, as his bottom lane now is also beginning to fall behind. Ian is stabilizing in mid lane, but the real problem is going to come in about 3-5 minutes from now, when KT begins to have their first core items almost completed on some of their champions. MVP not really going to have a way to resist against that.
Yeah, looking for the first blood turret now in bot lane. Got 4 members down here. They were able to rotate faster than Syndra and Elise, but not going to be able to get that just yet. Still putting on the pressure, Score recalling and Brush. Meanwhile, a little bit of a trade up in top. You can see that Smeb getting the better end of that trade once again. It seems like maybe KT has figured out that matchup, bringing in the Renekton. It's working well so far.
Renekton generally considered to be in a pretty bad spot right now, but Smeb managing to make it work up in the top lane. Another thing about this is, first off, how often do you get to practice Camille? And then secondly, when you do get to practice Camille, how often is it that it's against a Renekton?
Maybe never. This might be his first time. I mean, let's be real, it's not a very highly picked champion up in the top lane in both cases. And there was a bit of a gank being set up in the top lane, but just going to go for a recall here is Camille. Not wanting to stick around. You can see Smeb trying to push this in. Actually, Ed decides to stay, but then really a bit of hesitation here on what he should do. Looks like he will stick around in the end of it, but here comes Pawn. Nothing's going to spot him just yet.
Looking very indecisive right now. Pawn coming up, doesn't have his ultimate available. but Smeb able to dish out tons of damage.
Man. This might just be a kill from Smeb onto Ed just by himself. He almost gets it. Trying to dodge the stun here. He does get hit in the end after that ultimate, but it's not enough. Flashing that last Q, and he does get away. Unbelievable. Everything blown there on Smeb by the Syndra, but does survive.
Does survive indeed. You can see that Maha and Max were running up in case they wanted the Abyssal Voids to somehow join a fight, but now they're coming back down to bottom lane. Smeb recalling right now. Deft just going to accept his fate.
Yeah, he's given up. Actually surprised that he goes for the arrow. Maybe he wants to eke out a couple more CS, even fails to do that, but he was pretty screwed either way. I mean, there was the Voids, the teleport all coming in, but still a lot used to just take out Deft, and they get that first blood turret as well.
Pretty big victory nonetheless, and meanwhile, Pawn and Score now going to be able to take away another blue buff from Ian, and Score's going to be able to put another hurt onto Beyond's left side jungle with the counter jungling.
Another notch in his belt, even checking the Wolves. As Beyond makes his way over, even Mata joining the party. Up near top lane, Ed decides to show his face again at his tower. Well, the one thing he didn't know is that it's not his tower, in fact, as everybody in KT is coming up here trying to claim it as their own. Trying to jump on over, gets the stun onto Score. There's the cocoon, lots of damage going down onto Spore, but Score actually does survive somehow, some way. They turn it around, get the 2 kills. And now it's up to Smeb to try to get out of this one as Tom Kench and Jin trying to join in. It's not going to happen.
Smeb not able to get out there, but that was a really good turn of events for KT. Looked like Beyond was going to be able to pick up a kill there, but then got locked up last second. And meanwhile, the amount of resources and attention MVP is being forced to devote to the top lane is letting Deft get all of this free farm and shove in an entire wave to bottom. You can see Edge trying to get down there, and now Pawn beginning to move up to top lane. Doesn't really have too much damage, just has a catalyst and a tier, but still, Maha and Max would have to be really careful.
The rotations never stop, and even a teleport coming in behind the turret out of Smeb. They want these 2 kills badly, and they should easily be able to get it here. Getting the stun onto Max. Maha flashing and healing away, as well as an exhaust being used, so he will survive. But that is 3 summoners for his life.
Summoners for his life, and now Smeb going to be able to stay up in top lane. This is going to demand Ian stay here as well, and you can see that Maha being extremely indecisive because he does still have his curtain call available to him. But, I mean, at this point, KT are picking and pulling at MVP all over the map and creating too much pressure for them to really handle. Infernal Drake coming up in 20 seconds. So a little bit surprised that Smeb hasn't recalled yet, but perhaps just going to shove in this final wave before he recalls, as he's going to want to make his way down to Dragon. Or instead, he's just going to run there now instead, opting out of recalling.
Making his way down. This is about to spawn here, and MVP are grouping up to try to deal with this. Ed was thinking about jumping onto Deft. Cocoon does not land. There's the curtain call. Should be able to block all of those shots onto Deft. That Mata does. All 5 members of MVP now looking to make a rotation towards this Drake. And KT is a bit split up. We'll see if they can stop the onslaught. Void's coming down onto Pawn. He's trying to ultimate out of there. Does actually misses it. Does not get in that zone. They might be able to get onto Pawn here. There he does go down. So Pawn getting caught out.
Pawn is going to go down. The Infernal Drake not going to be taken quite yet, but KT using that opportunity of how much MVP invested into killing Pawn to apply a lot of pressure to the mid-tier 1 turret, and Score might be looking for a steal here. If he can get it, it would definitely be worth it.
Trying to walk on in, wants to get that burst. There's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, does not do much, and down goes Score, and now they might be able to turn this here. Mata being ulted by Syndra, and now Smeb on the run as well as Deft, and they give over the Infernal Drake as well as 2 kills, so not the best turn of events here for KT.
Very big turnaround for MVP. They've begun to stabilize a little bit, but the real problem is going to come once the recalls happen for Smeb, once Deft basically gets back onto the field and the items break out. And you can see that in this replay, Score went into the Dragon, but MVP turned their attention on him quick enough so that he wasn't able to just burst it down and go for a smite, or even have a smite fight. And then Mata, a little bit overextended there, got caught out. But meanwhile, in mid lane, while that was happening, Smeb was able to shove a lane in, so they couldn't really make use of a wave to try to pressure KT's first middle tier 1 turret. Beyond missing yet another cocoon onto Smeb.
No dash was available there for Renekton and used it to clear the wave, so if he had landed that cocoon, it might have been his life, but either way, does miss that one. Pawn coming on in, Ian being a sneaky snake in the brush. Can he land it? There's the stun. Not going to commit though.
Not that much damage coming out from Ian right now. Pawn does have the Roa, already has the Merc Treads, and another Null Magic Mantle. Very defensive build path from Pawn. He knows that he doesn't need to be the primary source of damage early on. He can just scale up and have a defensive item kit. A lot of the damage is going to come out from the Renekton, the Kha'Zix, and Ashe.
You can see Score sticking around once again, looking for gank onto Ad. Forcing a bit of trading here is Smeb. Even a control ward put down. You can see he goes into the brush to hide that fact that he puts that down. Score still sticking around that top lane, but it looks like Ad is going to rotate down towards the Rift Herald for just a moment.
Now KT has basically entered into a point in the game where they're just constantly trying to farm up and get to that first 4 item and a half or 2 items across all of their champions. That's where their team composition is going to be strongest.
Well, here comes the stun. Leaping on in is Kha'Zix, trying to get that hit there with the ultimate. Void's coming on in, but just for defense, as KT does not commit just yet. Jan's trying to get a cocoon down, and that he does, but 4 members here. They're going to try to turn it around. Being devoured there by Max, in fact, does save his life. Ad now coming in. Oh, nice hit there by Depth to pick up that kill, and oh, looks like MVP has just committed way too much. 4 members going down. You can see some kills on the right side did happen as well, and things kind of getting out of hand now for MVP.
Things went from 0 to 100 for KT just now, and they're going to rotate into mid lane while leaving Def to free farm up and top. They know no threat can really come to him. Score taking this opportunity to, again, get more counter jungling down onto Beyond. And all of a sudden, KT just burst the game wide open. They're going to get mid-tier 1 turret. They just got top-tier 1 turret. They have a little bit over a 5,000 gold lead now, and we just hit 20 minutes.
Let's take a look at the replay here. You can see that Beyond's trying to get something, but probably didn't see all the members of KT grouped up.
Yeah, Maha basically goes for the curtain call here, but Smeb able to just get outside of the range, didn't quite get locked up by Max. And Maha right in the back there, you can see that Pawn able to get on top of him, lock him up, and quickly make work of him. And Ian, with basically no ability to enter into that fight, wasn't able to provide much assistance to his team.
Yeah, and I feel like the camera highlighting Max here, I feel like he's not having the worst game of Tahm Kench ever. I feel like more its teammates are getting him in trouble. He's doing his best to try to save everybody, get in position to set up kills, but I feel like the rest of his team is failing him at this point. So MVP forced to play from behind here, a situation that many teams have found common against KT so far. KT very comfortable to play from ahead, that is.
And right now, I really like how Pawn is itemizing the Roa into the Abyssal Scepter. He realizes that, again, he doesn't need to be the majority of the damage. He can take a more defensive, tanky route that enables him to sustain.
Oh boy, and Pawn just getting caught out there. Not sure.
Doesn't quite sustain there.
Yeah, well, it's hard to do so. And look at this trade down in bot. Ed thinking that he could take a trade. Oh, the arrow just barely missing. Nice dodge there from Ed. We're going to have that dash just so close to getting that stun off. But just barely will Ed escape with his life.
Ed does manage to escape there. It comes at the cost of his flash. Another dragon coming up in 30 seconds, though, and it's yet another Infernal Drake. So a little bit unfortunate for KT that they couldn't pick Ed up just there. Now MVP, I'm not quite sure about them committing to trying to pressure mid-tier 1 here. If they take too much damage, it's going to leave them susceptible to KT being able to easily push them away from even trying to contest the Dragon.
Yeah, we didn't have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, so maybe they felt a little bit more comfortable, but you could see that after the minion, that one minion wave does go down, they immediately back off, prepare for this Infernal Drake. Now we have 5 members of both teams all grouping on up. We should have another fight around this Dragon.
Dragon is extremely important for both teams right now. It would be the second Infernal Drake. And Beyond has to be really careful.
Look at this play, jumping on over with the blasting plant, and immediately he goes down. Mata was just the bait there in the long dress saying, hey, come get me, but he was the one that got.
So you're trying to tell us that Elise is into girls?
Yeah, looks that way.
All right.
We learned something new today. Coming on in here, oh boy, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes down, and Max is going to be one dead frog, and oh, well, here we go again. Teleport coming in. This is what I'm talking about. KT really loves to commit in here, but Smeb actually being outplayed there by Ian. Really nice job.
Oh.
And now Pawn gonna go down to the curtain call and Ed doing a bit of damage. So KT may be committing a little bit too much.
Yeah, KT being a little bit overeager with their advantage here leads to them getting picked off a little bit. Deft actually even having to flash away there. If he went down, that would surely have been the Baron. Also, if Score goes down, that could lead to the Baron.
Trying to land that Cinder Stun just barely does not.
They might go for a Baron cheese. MVP might be extremely desperate right here. You can see they can't make use of mid lane, can't make use of bottom lane, and they are. They're going for a Baron all in.
Yep, and this is spotted, of course. Tom Ken's going to join on up here, as well as add this 5 members, and you can see Score, he's the only one that has the opportunity to come in and steal it, but he will be zoned out. That is going to be Baron going over to MVP. And that's about 2 or 3 mistakes by KT giving that one up.
Yeah, KT made one mistake after another despite securing the Infernal Drake, and it's going to cost them a lot right now because what the Baron is going to do is it's going to enable MVP to weather the storm of when KT would be strongest relative to their item spikes, and it's going to basically deny KT from being able to use their advantages that they gained to try to establish any further of a lead over MVP because of the minions. They can't push the waves anymore. And that's going to let MVP glide themselves to a point in the game where their champions and the base scaling and everything is going to begin to overthrow KT.
Now you can see Jin picking up that Edge of Night, has to be very careful, but actually it might be Smeb that has to be careful. There are 3 members of MVP here. If they can land something, trying to get that down, and there it is, the Deadly Flourish. That's going to be the kill. And one mistake to another, as now that's going to be another tower going down as well as Smeb.
Smeb being a little bit greedy there, didn't try to get away sooner and ended up paying the price for it, and now MVP gonna be able to easily raise this bottom tier 2 turret. You can see Ed escorting the wave in mid lane, and without Smeb, KT is gonna be forced to be divided. It's gonna be very difficult for them to stabilize.
This is pretty unbelievable. I mean, we're seeing MVP at 3-3 so far, I think, in LCK 2017 Spring. Whereas KT is undefeated in the series, but they're putting up a fight. We're now at about even gold in this game. We'll see what else MVP can get with this Baron. So far they've gotten 2 turrets and Smeb.
And while you mention the fact that we're at even gold, again, it's important to remember that even though the gold score is even and KT has a slight gold lead, they're not ahead. MVP's team composition more effective with gold, more efficient, and so KT is almost considerably behind right now. They're gonna lose another turret right here. This should be able to close the gold gap that we're seeing, but KT are gonna actually be hard pressed to find a way back into this game.
Well, they're gonna look for a pick here on the left side, perhaps. The bottom side, uh-oh, Pawn, he gets stunned up again. And Mata even forced to flash away down towards the bottom side of the map here. Now another turret being pushed. This could be the 4th one of the game. Can they land another stun? They do onto Smeb. No curtain call this time around as they already used it to try to get onto Pawn. But they're going to take those 2 extra turrets at top and just go for a quick Baron recall and regroup.
Going to regroup a little bit. They have a very big wave in bottom waiting to be taken. Deft's going to shove another gigantic wave back into MVP. And right now, KT are basically stuck between a rock and a hard place where Smeb is their primary engagement tool outside of Deft. And that's not something that they can really rely on right now because he's not a big enough threat anymore that MVP should be afraid of him. And because Deft can't engage, because Tahm Kench has the QSS and he can eat one of his own allies, it's just extremely difficult for KT to find an opening. And they've basically been reduced to a pick comp right now.
And you can see it, that's exactly what they're trying to set up, but they've been unsuccessful so far. Oh, here we go. Avoid's coming down onto Pawn. We do have score around, but they have to be careful. The flash exhaust onto Pawn. Here's Ad. Gets the slow down. There it is. The ultimate coming on in, but a burst damage coming down actually onto Max. He'll be the first to go down. Oh, turning this around big time. 3 kills in a row. KT able to turn that one.
KT basically pull a rabbit out of a hat right there. Don't know how Pawn lived. Things might get a lot worse now. Maha forced to flash away. Pawn living there is so big right now because now it's enabling KT to turn this entire game around on its head once again. They're going to shove, probably going to be able to get bottom tier 2 turret here, and then they're going to be able to set their attention to the Mountain Drake and secure that as well. So, a little bit of a roller coaster here in game number 1 where KT went from being all but out of it to now being back in the driver's seat.
One fight is able to turn it around, and as you mentioned, just barely Pawn surviving was so huge. Able to survive long enough for all of his teammates to come and help him and win that fight. I would love to get a look at that replay. We do see the Mountain Drake being taken here, so that's now 2 Infernal Drakes and a Mountain Drake going over to KT. So any objective is going to be burst down extremely quickly at this point in the game.
Baron coming up in about 1 minute and 30 seconds. And if we're just looking at how the minion waves are, KT basically going to rely on the upcoming Baron fight to find another opening in this game. They're not going to be able to make use of bottom wave. Smeb probably going to have to go there after the recall, but because of the distance to the bottom inhibitor turret, it's not like he's going to be able to coordinate or pressure via any sort of a split push, and they're not going to be able to make use of top lane. So they're reduced to controlling the vision around Baron and just worrying about mid. So in this replay here, you can see that score is right here. The Abyssal Voyage comes in, Beyond shoots his cocoon, can't quite hit score, and then they fail to lock up Pawn in time. And by the time they do, Mata comes there, able to give him the shield. And then once Smeb arrives, Pawn able to just basically dance in and out of damage, and they pick up those 3 kills, and that's why they're back in the game now.
It was almost a look of desperation in that fight out of MVP because they knew it all relied on bursting down Pawn as fast as possible. So all 3 members are right on top of each other. That AoE coming out of Smeb and out of Mata as well was just gigantic. And they're able to take him out. So here we go, trying to teleport on in here is Pawn, but Maha does get away, has the Edge of Night. Teleport coming in from Smeb. It is spotted, but he is still behind them. Can they make this work? A forced teleport this time around from Ad. He's down there on the bottom right. Ward is going to spot him here.
Well, top laners using teleport here seems like it's more advantageous for KT when looking at bottom lane. Ed getting locked up.
Yeah, they're not going to fully commit here. They don't know exactly where the other members are. You do see Ian coming in on the left side. Curtain call being forced out here. Smeb going to eat all of those. Bit of a mistake there. Actually jumping in onto score all alone is Ed. That might be a big mistake. Oh, well, he is able to turn that around, only burning his GA for that, trying to get out in there. But the Devour from Max, can he save Zed life? It does look like he will. And so they're able to pick off score. and keep it at 5-4 so far for MVP.
It does come at the cost of a Guardian Angel, but the really big thing about picking off score there is now KT has no smite available to them. So KT,
they're coming in.
gonna need to win this team fight if they want to have a chance.
You do see the Baron going on over to MVP, but KT, can they win the fight? That's the question. Huge burst damage coming out from Pawn. Smeb able to clean up the kill onto Tom Kench. Now you see both Syndra and Jhin on the run. Can they actually put the kills down? It looks like they're just going to let them go and go for the objectives here.
Looks like Pawn and Mata set their attention on top tier 2 turret, and even if you can't deny the Baron, if you can't attack the Baron, one thing that you can do following it up is attack it indirectly. Take away all the minions so it doesn't have anything to buff.
Oh,
turns out that Deathfire Touch is pretty good mastery. Able to bring Mata down there.
Pretty cool.
Pretty tilt-inducing. I like the fact that Mata has 3 control wards in his inventory right now.
Yeah. Well, anything to tilt KT at this point would be nice. Good for MVP here.
Interesting build with the Liandry's Torment actually on Ian. A little bit surprising given the fact that Pawn itemized so much magic resistance early on, and you have to assume that Score and Smeb would later on. So Liandry's generally will give more damage than Void Staff if your opponents don't itemize too much MR and stay at relatively low MR values. But went for it anyway. A little peculiar to see. We can see that the full lethality Jhin build with the Last Whisper is in effect for Maha.
Yeah, maybe Ian just wants to burst down some of these targets that don't have the magic resist. You look at Score, he doesn't have much at all. So maybe if Score jumps in, he can just one-shot him essentially. If he does land the stun, or even if he doesn't. But either way, an interesting choice. You can see MVP now grouping up with the Baron in mid. It's the only tier 2 turret that has not been taken out by MVP is this mid one. And now joining up from the jungle. We'll see if they can put some pressure on here.
Have to be really careful. Ed is the one they need to be worried about. He doesn't have his Guardian Angel, so it's almost like he's down an item.
Oh, they want to force this going hard onto Max with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Smeb though at about half health. The Redemption does heal him up just a bit, but here comes Ed. Look at Smeb's health all up there. Pawn getting stunned now, a huge amount of damage. Zhonya's will save him. Oh, big hit there by Mata onto Death. That's going to be 2 kills by MVP now as they're able to turn this around big time after the engagement. Well, hold that thought, there's more to come. Score being held up here by Ed. The kill will go on to Ian, and he wants even more blood. Wants one more onto Mata. Here comes Beyond as well. There's another, and that's 4 kills for MVP now. That should be at least the inhibitor.
That's 4 kills for MVP. It might actually be the game. I'm not entirely certain. 25 seconds remaining on Dev. Smeb's gonna need to be a hero. Ed has teleport available. He can recall, he can get an elixir, come in, teleport on that minion, and that should actually be it for game number 1. MVP upsetting KT.
Big time, doing very, very well. They might even go for the extra kill on a Smeb. There they will. That's gonna be game 1, going over to MVP here in this series.
And I don't really know what to say about this. KT started off so strong. They had every advantage that they could possibly want for this team composition. They had the kills on the carries that they needed them to be on moving into the mid game, but then a lot of just over-aggressiveness costing them at such key moments in the game.
They're going to have to go back to the drawing board here if they don't want to get 2-0'd by MVP. Maybe change up the draft system. Maybe not let the Camille get through. Picking that Renekton, an interesting choice. Looked good early on, but as you said, didn't really do much towards the later parts of that game, especially once it got to even.
Yeah, the interesting thing for me is why teams would even enable the Camille to get through. It just basically seems so disrespectful in a way, because there's nothing to really lose by banning her, but there's everything to gain if you do have her. And so I can't really understand it. KT, if you're looking at it from their perspective, they should consider that they're better almost at every single lane, than their opponents. So then why would you not just want something completely standard to occur?
That's the big question. And you can see that everybody in the MVP booth was also trying to comfort Beyond there. He didn't have the best game. He went something like 0-6 and 5. A lot of failed ganks, got really outplayed by score, but they were still able to win the game in part due to the draft. So no doubt we're going to be going to the analyst desk here in just a second, guys. So once we do get that, we'll be jumping into that. And afterwards, we will be jumping into game 2. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the analyst desk, guys. We did just have a big upset by MVP over KT in game number 1. We'll be finding out the final score of the game. The Dragons will go review all of that. We'll also take a look at who the MVP was. And I'm also joined by Binu once again.
Happy to be here. I was coming down and I heard one of the fans who were walking by and she was saying, "Oh my God, I'm so happy. I think I'm crying." MVP fan, no doubt.
Yeah, it's a big night for MVP. Even if they, take a 1-2 loss in the series, their team is doing better and better. And here you can see the final score. It was close in terms of kills and gold, but a couple of team fights. And as LS was saying, if it gets that late in the game, MVP just going to scale on up, and that they did. I'm very curious to see who the MVP is going to be here. Ian had a pretty nice game on that Syndra.
I think Max also deserves a shout out. Maybe Ed. Last time we had MVP in here on Sunday, we had a birth of a new meme on the Korean boards. If you know the movie Mad Max,
yeah,
they're calling MVP Ed Max.
Ed Max?
Yeah, the combination of those two players, yeah.
Because it's like Med Max, but instead it's like Ed Max. I get it. I get it, Binu. So let's see what the Korean analyst desk has to say about that game.
So Captain Jack complimenting Max's performance for being very mobile, winning all the plays around the map to cause what is an upset. Although Kanata also highlighting that early play that Smeb made, avoiding the first gank by Beyond, keeping his flash and then using that same flash to kill him in the jungle moments later. And Captain Jack also saying MVP's bottom lane played very stable. They're very dependent, or rather reliable for MVP.
So just taking a look at some of these plays, you can see Pawn misses his ultimate. Not able to jump back into the circle. Gets devoured and caught out on the map. So that's one of the plays out of Max. Generally, when you see a lot of plays made by one player, he ends up being the MVP. Funny how that works out. But nice job helping out and defending against the Smite steal there.
You see this a lot when you have a lot of globals on your team, and especially when you have a lot of globals on both team comps, but it was definitely an action-packed set.
So seeing this one, I think it might be Ian. I think I might be right about the MVP because he had a lot of nice outplays. I don't think he died a single time during the game, too.
Well, I think it makes a lot of sense for it to be Ian.
So much consistent damage throughout the game. You can see here he gets the double stun onto both Pawn and Smeb right when they teleport in with Rise. Always in good position. Maha had a pretty good game too on, all of these. Like, look at that. That's unbelievable. Gets it through the Zonya Pawn. He was probably trying to get Pawn, but hit Deft in the back. Funny how that works. Had a ton of great curtain calls, did Maha.
Well, assuming it's going to be Ian, I just want to highlight that on Sunday we had MVP over here playing Jin Air, and Ian played Zed. So moving on to the next set, you never know what he's going to bring out, right?
Well, I hope it's not Zed, to be honest.
Well, he has played Ari as well.
Yeah. Well, we're going to find out who the MVP is. I feel like it was more of a team effort this time around, but we'll see who was decided the best of team MVP, and it was Max on the Tom Kench.
I know we talked a lot about Ian, but Max definitely deserves it. Again, it was a team effort in a very action-packed match. The Tom Kench, another one to add to Max's amazingly huge champion pool.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily agree with this myself, but you got to hand it to him, too. He did have a fantastic game. And even more so than this one game, he's played pretty much every support that's, above B tier at this point. He essentially can play everything at an extremely high level, and that is a lot harder than you guys would even imagine. So Max definitely a gigantic part of this team MVP right now.
Maybe we should call it Ian Max instead of Ed Max, but then you wouldn't have the meme, so.
Yeah. Well, Ed is quite a fantastic player as well. Guys, we're going to go to another quick break, about 2.5 minutes before we get to Game 2 of MVP versus KT Rolster. Welcome back to LCK 2017 Spring. We just had another big upset. MVP taking game number 1 over KT Rolster. Can they snowball this into a victory in the series against KT? They would be the first ones to do it.
Yeah, they would indeed. And KT last game, I mean, they got everything that they could have possibly asked for and then just completely dropped the ball. And there's nothing else to really say about it. MVP were really swift and decisive with their advantages, and while they did give KT a window back into the game once, KT never did manage to recover in the end.
So I think they really had to go back to the drawing boards. The good thing about these big teams is generally they have these genius coaching staffs, and they can just discuss amongst themselves exactly what went wrong and really turn it around for the following game. So I would expect a different KT here in game number 2. Maybe they were even taking MVP a little bit too lightly in game number 1. We're going to be jumping into the pick and ban phase now for game 2. Let's jump into it.
We'll have to see how KT wants to start this off. And they're highlighting a Scion ban.
Well, when you're playing against Ed, there's one champion that you have to ban, and it's Scion.
MVP now went with the LeBlanc. KT gonna choose what they respond with. Looks like gonna be Malzahar now. If MVP wants to go for the skew on the draft, or the pick ban, they could ban, yep, all right, I was gonna say Varus. And what this basically does is it lets you steal away a ban from KT, as now they're forced to potentially ban one of the big 3. And if they don't, then MVP has the decision to let both of them through or just one of them through. So it's a nice adaptation to the initial draft phase. We've been seeing it again in recent weeks.
What do you think about the Zillion ban there for KT as number 3? Do you think it's just kind of a throwaway ban, or is it specifically targeted at what they think they might receive on the other end?
I feel like it's probably just a throwaway ban. I don't feel like Zillion is something that Pawn would necessarily be afraid of in the mid lane, given that he does have such an affinity for control mages and utility mages. And KT now, they're going to handshake this, so it's going to be Rengar versus Camille and probably Kha'Zix.
No, man, it's going to be Cho'Gath.
It's going to be Cho'Gath. So there's the Camille.
One time. Okay, Camille comes through.
And it would only make sense to have this followed up with the jungler, in which case it should be Kha'Zix.
Yeah, number 1 jungler nowadays.
The only other alternative would be Graves.
Yeah,
as
that's
a
true.
response.
And when I say that, I mean not counting Rengar, of course, because we so rarely see him. Are they actually going to pick up the Jace here instead? And it looks like they will. So we'll be seeing Ian on the Jace. I'd say probably 95% sure about that one. I suppose we could see a crazy situation where Camille goes into jungle or support or something like that and Jace goes top, but not likely.
Problem is that Camille is a girl that can do many things, and on Valentine's Day, that's something MVP want to find for themselves. So that could be a support Camille. That's always a possibility. It could also be a jungle Camille. And if you've watched EU LCS, that could be a mid Camille. Probably not.
Probably not.
Let's be honest. But the lethality Jace is out in full effect, and that's a Jhin locked in. That's going to be Def's first performance on Jhin, I believe, this LCK Spring. So now they're going to have the Jhin Tom Kench bottom lane. And MVP, yep, they're finally going to lock in the jungler. Interesting to me that they prioritized getting Jace when they did, as that's a very heavy-hitting physical damage champion. With Rengar already locked in and Def not having picked his champion, it would be surprising, although maybe they are giving KT the respect to have Def go on the Ziggs. Otherwise, that's a lot of sources of physical damage coming out from KT's team comp.
And we've been seeing Jace. I mean, it was banned out in game 1. We saw it played on Sunday too, and the amount of damage you can do with the lethality changes with one shock blast through the acceleration gate, it's just unbelievable. And the range on it as well. So really wanting that pick here is MVP.
And talking about how KT could have had too many sources of physical damage, you'll notice that MVP has an absolute boatload of it. So KT handing over and accepting the possibility that Ziggs could be coming for MVP. MVP banning away the Shen, as you don't want to give away Shen Rengar to KT, especially not with that Tahm Kench. That's too much utility and tankiness and tricky plays that would be available.
Rice still unbanned, so that's another pick that we've seen that has a lot of global presence. So we could perhaps see one of these mid laners go on it this time around. Waiting on that final ban here for KT. It looks like it will be a Syndra ban. And Ian had a fantastic game on Syndra in game 1. I was thinking maybe even MVP level. They did eventually give it to Max's Tahm Kench, but still wanting to take that pick away.
We'll have to see what MVP opt to select here. Kog'Maw being hovered.
Really, it's locked in. There we go, we're gonna be seeing Kog'Maw.
And they might be looking at this like they have too many sources of physical damage, and so they're looking to Kog'Maw to sort of fix that a little bit, but still feel like there were other options available. And KT now responding, they're hovering in the Rumble. That'd be Rumble versus Camille up in the top lane. And now we're gonna have to see what their final pick is for Pawn. And as you mentioned earlier, Ryze is still available, and there he is.
Had a pretty good game on it in game 1. I don't feel like it was Pawn's fault that they were losing some of those fights there. He did get caught one time. But now it comes down to the support pick here. What will it be for Max this time? Are we gonna see one of the picks that he's already used? A lot of massaging going on in that booth. And it's gonna be Brand. Perhaps here, let's wait until it's locked in. And there it is. We will be seeing Brand for Max.
MVP's desires are unconventional, Brendan. As their team compositions are they always have the potential to be extremely creative. Very innovative team here in Korea. And so the Brand pick locked in. I'm gonna be excited to see how that ends up faring in bottom lane against Deft and Mata.
And that's just another unique support champion that Max has played. This guy is unbelievable.
And now KT, they have a ton of strength right off the bat across almost all of their champions. They have a ton of strength in the mid game, except now they have their gear available to them that they can also bring it to the late game as an insurance policy, which they weren't that fortunate to have in the previous game. And MVP now, they're going to be the ones that are hard-pressed to find a victory in the mid to late game transition.
Well, if there was ever a game to sneak away from KT, it's after you've already taken one straight up. You know, lots of mistakes in game 1 from KT. They give one game away, but I'm sure they're very confident. They're like, okay, we can win 2 in a row. We're the best team in LCK currently. But MVP says, no, we want to mix it up. We want to throw something new in your face. And really the story here is, can they execute on this very wonky composition? And can KT respond to it?
We'll have to find out when we go into game here. I really like MVP's team composition for its creativity, but also because I would find it very difficult to believe that KT is prepared for it.
When's the last time we saw a Kog'Maw? Would love to get that stat. That will be ADC Kog'Maw, Jace in the mid lane. Here we go, guys. You are reading that correctly on your screen if you could read Korean or the skins. Those are the compositions for both of these teams. So let's jump into game number 2 right now. MVP versus KT.
Definitely think that MVP lost out there.
Second time in a row.
Yep.
But can they win the actual game? That's the question. And I was expecting a bigger cheer from MVP this time around, especially after taking game 1, but letting me down there a little bit. So that Jace in the mid lane, no doubt going to be building pretty much full lethality. It hits like a truck, and the cooldown isn't that short or that long either.
Like, what kind of a truck are we talking about here, by the way?
A Mack truck.
Okay.
It's once that Jace gets fed, if he does well and gets to the late game with a lot of items, he's going to be hitting Jhin for about 60–70% of his health.
I like that.
It's unbelievable.
You know, Super Galaxy Rumble reminds me of Dr. Eggman from Sonic.
Dr. Eggman?
Is it Dr. Eggman?
Dr. Robotnik?
Isn't his... Yeah, but isn't he called Dr. Eggman?
No.
Wait, yes he is.
There's a game for Sega called Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Green Machine or something. Mean Bean Machine.
Really? Stop it.
Maybe his name is really Dr. Eggman, but his ID is Dr. Robotnik.
Now I'm mad.
I don't know. I think it's Robotnik. I'm pretty sure on that.
Meanwhile, in bottom lane, Mata did just manage to dodge that spell by Max. Deft not quite able to find the 4th shot there onto Maha. And I feel like this lane is extremely fragile for both sides. I feel like the snowball potential in bottom is greater than almost any other lane.
Look at the amount of damage that's going on to Kog'Maw already. And look at Kog'Maw's CS too, compared to the 11 that Deft has gotten. Now there is a wave pushing in, but it's not going to be the easiest thing in the world to farm under this turret. Attempting to do so. Looks like he'll get up to 8. It's only 4 behind.
Only 4 behind, but that's quite big when we consider that it's just the first 2 waves. Not the end of the world, though. Maha taking even more poke. Beyond almost able to path down and root here, but you can see that Score perfectly reading what Beyond can and can't do early on relative to who his laners are. When you consider the fact that you have a Jace in mid lane, you can't really give him too much assistance early on, especially not if you're going to try to skew Pawn's initial recall into the tier of the Goddess. And meanwhile, up in top lane, it would require too much of an investment to really give Ed any sort of breathing room. So Beyond just went for a multi-camp clear, and it was matched perfectly by Score.
Yeah, very well done so far. And we were talking about it was only the first 2 waves that Kog'Maw was behind 4 CS. Well, now he's behind 10. And still having some trouble. You have to think, you know, is this a pocket pick that they were preparing specifically for KT, coming in with the Kog'Maw brand bottom lane? Or is this something that he's practiced a lot? I would have to guess no. Kog'Maw is one of these ADCs you very, very rarely see.
They know exactly where Ed is right now because of that Scryer. Uses the blasting plant. That's an interesting little thing that he did just do. And now Beyond continuing to farm out. I really like his decision here. Still recognizes that he should not realistically be able to apply any pressure to KT. And now Score with a pretty high variance. Gank up there in top lane.
Not sure about that one, but hold that thought. Heal being forced out here by Maha, as well as the exhaust out of Mata. So a bit of a trade of summoners there. You see that Deft is higher health right now than Maha in the lane. But Maha sticking around. Trying to take a trade there.
This bottom lane for MVP under absurd amounts of pressure. Beyond, I don't even think he's going to be able to make his way down here in time before Jhin would recall. Also, I find the opening builds for both of these bottom lanes really interesting. Boots and Cookies. Not the most common of openings.
I suppose you want the boots by Jin to dodge all the brown spells. Not sure about that. I guess he just wanted to take that away from...
I don't know if that was a mistake. I'm going to assume that it wasn't a mistake, but...
Yeah, take it away from Score if Score wants to come on in. Something like that. Because he wasn't planning on going for a gank. He did have that Gromp up. So, I mean, the boots for Kog'Maw as well. You dodge a lot of the Jin and Tahm Kench spells too.
Ed actually had the option of locking the lane, but instead electing to just hard shove it. And this would let him go down and get a little bit of a deep ward for his control ward that he does have available to him. Beyond making his way up now, so if he does go for a deep ward here and then Smeb tries to run around and catch him out and then zone him off coming back into the lane, Beyond would be there to just gank him. Score not quite level 6 yet. About to be. I think he will get it off this Gromp.
Close enough, and Mata coming on in, trying to see if he can ward up the right side of the river here for Pawn. Puts down a control ward there. Control ward for Score here, just to make sure they can easily get this blue buff. No shenanigans out of the side of MVP. Will eventually take out that ward of it. Goes back to mid with blue.
Score is level 6, so if he's going to make something happen, he would do it soon.
Well, they're going to shove this one in so that Score can get very far forward in these brushes. Maybe set up a gank here against Ed.
What it looks like they're potentially trying to set up is a standard gank onto Ed. And then after they kill Ed, Score could path down to mid lane at around the time that Ian would be handed off the blue buff. Then he could use his ultimate to kill Ian as he would return from blue, and then that would completely gut Beyond, as then his jungle route would be extremely predictable. But they don't find that as a possibility.
Blue going to be handed on over to Ian here now. First streak of the game is going to be Infernal. Definitely very useful for both of these compositions. And Smeb is still using that brush. You see that Score actually did go home and very comfortable to take a trade here, but actually does lose it just a bit, but has the sustain. Going to take another trade here is Smeb, forced to jump off the wall there once again is Ad.
Smeb trading quite well, up a little bit in CS. And, I mean, for the most part, MVP is keeping up with, or they're ahead in all of the lanes but bottom. That's where the majority of their problems are coming from right now, and Deft is almost at Yumu's. Curtain call.
Curtain call coming down, trying to land it with the exhaust. Looks like they might want to turn onto Max, forcing the flash out. Here comes Score, an immediate exhaust. Maha very low too. Pawn actually using his ultimate to jump on in, but no can do. And here comes Ian. A couple of these members of KT are pretty low. If he can land a big shock blast, that would be nice. We'll see what he can get. Nice! Right onto Deft and Pawn. Tons of damage coming up. The Devour onto Pawn. Will it be enough though? The damage. First blood going over to Brand. And MVP able to convert after a failed gank from KT.
MVP able to turn that around on KT, and KT just extremely sloppy and uncoordinated with how that entire thing just unfolded. MVP now going to be able to turn this into an Infernal Drake. Neither top laner had teleport available to them, so they couldn't join the fray. But MVP here in game number 2, already off to a pretty big lead, even though the gold score doesn't really tell that story. So you can see the replay here. Ian was able to come down with his blue, able to land the EQ shock blast and then go in. Deft was able to flash away. Couldn't quite lock up Mata, but in the end, Max was able to get the final kill anyway.
Just one kill, but very big at this point in the game. Uh-oh. Ad in a bit of trouble, does get slowed. There's the ultimate from Smeb. They are going to try to dive this one. Ultimate onto Score, but it will be enough. Smeb able to take that kill.
A really big pickup for KT right now. They're going to get a lot of tower damage down. You can see that Pawn was even coming up if they needed him, but this should be First Blood turret going over to KT here. Beyond too late to really make a difference, and even if Ed was going to come up, still wouldn't be able to teleport. Not quite sure what Beyond's doing.
Yeah, I don't know about this, especially, you know, Ian's coming on in, but this is going to turn into a 3v2, but hold that thought. Smeb getting very low. Teleport as well. That's going to be a kill onto Smeb. Just eating that shock blast once again. And that Jace getting into a pretty good spot right now.
The damage coming out onto Mata. And you can see that Ed was actually channeling the teleport up to top lane, but then canceled it. And now he's moving down to mid lane. And the reason that he's doing this is because his presence is more useful on the right-hand side of the map right now if Maha and Max would need it. More so than Ian. Curtain call coming out.
It looks like they're going to need it. Here we go. Teleport even coming in from Smeb too. They want these kills. They should be able to kind of convert though onto Mata. They do get that one kill, but both of them will go down. And keep in mind, we do have Ian coming down on that Jace as well, so KT has to be very careful. But it looks like they will not engage as KT chooses to back off smartly.
KT does back off after getting themselves a few kills right there. Don't quite get the turret. And remember, they do have the gold lead, and they also have the superior late game composition. So taking a quick look at this replay, Curtain Call came out, locked Max and Maha up. They were able to get the kill there onto Mata, which I guess that's a little bit of a victory for them right there. But because they knew that Ed, Ian, and Beyond were coming down, they were forced to retreat. Not able to quite get the turret.
Look at this, actually. Smeb trying to get a cheeky kill, and he does onto Max. But look at that damage coming out of Kog'Maw, trading 1 for 1. Here comes Mata very deep underneath that turret. Gonna use that Grey Hell, and Score wants to come on in, but Beyond is here. But still, look at this, depth, Mata and Pawn, and Beyond. Looks like he went maybe a little bit too far. Does trade the 1 kill for it.
Ooh, Pawn able to juke there. Not able to get a kill onto Maha, but Ed, meanwhile, in top lane, gonna trade a turret as well, and so tons of chaos all across the map right now.
You can see he's even letting the turret kill some of these minions before he knocks it down.
Really good. They know that Smeb is going to come up to try to get the wave, and so you do want to just take away as many minions as possible.
Oh, look at this. The Deadly Flourish with the Curtain Call. Lots of damage coming out from Ian, but even with the exhaust, dodging everything, trying to stay though. Not sure about that, as he does go down to Pawn eventually.
Tried to play footsies with Pawn right there, didn't quite work out. Rowan now completed for Pawn at almost about 15 minutes here. Dragon coming up in a minute. It is only a Cloud Drake though, so not very beneficial to either team, whereas that Infernal Drake that MVP picked up earlier on is going to be extremely important in their later game team fights.
Looks like we might have a bit of a lull here, as there was just so much action very early on in this game. You do see that KT is ahead, about 1,500 gold. Now Maha and Max going to rotate into mid lane, as it looks like Beyond may want to set something up with Ian into bot, but a ward and a trap will spot him. I was wondering about that Kog'Maw after 6, because, you know, with his ultimate, definitely able to farm a little bit more safely. You can see that early CS lead that Jin had is still there, but it didn't widen the gap. He's still only about 14 CS behind, which is behind, but it's not massive. Hold that thought. Here comes Score. Trying to use that Thrill of the Hunt to jump onto Ed, and there's the Rumble ultimate. That should be a dead Camille. Down she does go, just pushing a little bit too far up that lane.
They pick up a kill onto Ed. They're not going to get much more out of it. They will reward themselves with at least one more wave up in top, but now with the Guinsu's completed for Maha, They should certainly be looking to fight. They're even going to pick up the Cloud Drake. Not so sure about this. Don't feel like it's an objective that they should really be investing into. See that Pawn is hovering southeast of them right here, and now they're going to be forced to go back and get to mid lane, but they are out of position.
So is it worth it in the end? Lots of damage though coming out on Tama. Looks like he may have gotten a little bit too far forward. Exhaust used onto Beyond. Will attempt to get out there. Looks like he will. Teleport in from Smeb. He wants that damage. The Zhonya is actually completed. So he will survive for now, but will he go down? Yes, he will. And though very, very low and will be burst down by Pawn there right at the end. Nice dodge by Ian to get out. It looks like it was a 2-for-2 trade at the end of it all.
2 for 2 in the end. They were able to just barely pick up the kill onto Ed. Would have almost killed Beyond, but he did flash away from Pawn. Now Ian gonna pick up the wave in mid. In KT, they still have a gold lead. And now when we take a quick look at the replay, you can see that Mata just trying to clear out some of the vision, got locked up by Max. Beyond came in from the blue buff, and despite the exhaust being cast out, it didn't quite matter. Score took a ton of damage. Ed came in almost, it was almost unnecessary. Smeb able to deal a ton of damage, and the Zhonya is proving to be quite obnoxious. And Pawn failed to lock up Ian there right at the end.
Oh, Ed misses that one. Almost a beat in a way. Here comes Kha'Zix, but now Mata joining on in, and that's going to be a double kill for Smeb. The reverse going in the favor of KT there.
Games have been absolutely chaotic so far tonight.
It's been a lot of fun.
Tons of kills for both teams.
So
it looks like Maha's actually going to go into potentially Wit's End or Runon's Hurricane as his second item.
And the poke from Jace alone is so obnoxious, but then you consider you got Brands, you have Kog'Maw, even Kha'Zix isn't bad. So much poke being offered to this MVP team composition, especially as it gets later, will be pretty annoying to deal with for KT.
Interesting to me that Ian's actually electing into Black Cleaver instead of Edge of the Night, given the fact that Rumble and Ryze are on the enemy team. It's like Ian and Beyond want to set something up here down in bottom. Might be able to, but you can see that Score is nearby, does have his ultimate available to him.
There's a back ping placed on that brush. Not sure which team it was. Unfortunately, we don't have red and blue, yellow back pings. So maybe just telling Pawn to be careful about that brush is maybe KT reading into it. Do you have the Baron about to spawn? 5 seconds. So keep in mind that that is an objective on the map at this point in time.
Baron about to spawn, it does become a potential objective that KT can use to try to fork MVP into fighting them later on.
Well, here we go again. Curtain Call being used just to zone away the team. Doing a bit of damage to Max in the back. Are they able to re-engage here, MVP? It looks like the Shock Blast did miss, but it's enough to scare KT away. They don't commit to that. All 5 members of KT, or rather MVP, are around now to defend.
Some posturing here in mid lane. As KT, they're basically doing something that they are known for so far in LCK Spring, where they'll just handshake, farming out the side lanes, waiting for waves to come into mid lane, and continuously just scale up, but we're gonna see a fight.
Oh, he does not have his flash available, and down goes Brand too. That's that death corridor that if you get caught in, there's no escaping unless you have flash. So a couple of kills being just given away for free, essentially, to KT. Nice maneuvering from them. And they're not going to stop there. They want to get onto Ian. The exhaust being used, and he's just all alone. Going to go down, taking away his ability to poke their team at all. Getting another kill is KT.
MVP just looks completely uncoordinated right now. They're going to lose their mid-tier 2 turret here as well. And KT don't really need to invest in the capture of the Cloud Drake, which is coming up in about 30 seconds. They should just be content to recall here. Well, looks like Smeb trying to eat away some of Beyond's jungle, but this is almost unnecessary, and they might pay for it yet again.
Yeah, it's not the first time they made a mistake in this series. Mata gets caught out. Beyond forced to flash away from Smeb's damage, but that's 2 kills already. It's kind of just given back to trade for Raptors. You know, what really are they getting there?
And Ed does have teleport. I'm curious to see if they're going to go for a Desperation Baron like in game number 1. Doesn't seem like that's going to be the case, though. And now lots of pings going down onto Cloud Drake. Interesting to see that they're valuing it so much, especially with how wide open the map is now for MVP. And when you consider the way that KT fight and how they move around the map, they move in a very siege-like manner. So while the Cloud Drake will enable Ed to be a little bit more flexible and try to find some cracks in KT's armor, it's not going to do too much as if there were more split push scenarios available.
I suppose it offers a slight bit more escapability for, actually forcing the smite out there for Beyond, so no red for the Kog'Maw. Offers some escapability for that weak backline that they have in Maha and Max. Just get away from the poke. And look at all the vision that has been denied here by KT. Taking out another control ward. Well, they really want to engage on here. The curtain call slows up Beyond. That should be his life. And there you go, Mata very low, but look at how many kills they're able to convert in here. Ed is behind everybody. Might try to get on in here. Does pick up Mata. Now they're able to secure Death on the left side. And a huge amount of poke damage going down. Kog'Maw able to take out Rise and now score on the run. MVP somehow able to get this back, taking out Rengar in the back now. Only Smeb left over. If he can jump and get that stun, he does. And that damage should be enough. The quadra kill for Ed and the ace for MVP. They've turned it around.
MVP turn around yet another fight because KT are trying to be way too aggressive. And it doesn't make any sense. It almost looks like they're just intentionally disrespecting MVP because they might feel like they're such a lesser team than them. But so far in this game, MVP now turning their attention to Baron, they're gonna propel themselves to yet another lead against KT at such a critical point in the game.
It's gonna happen. Can Deft and Mata somehow stop this? Ian and Maha are very, very low, but there's the Baron. Give it on over to MVP. Beyond is going for this. Yeah, he's going in. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna 1v2, but no, he's not, as he does get killed there. Maybe some of the excitement in this game getting to his head right now.
I feel like that was a pretty reasonable sacrifice by Beyond. He didn't have any shutdown gold, and you can see that in this team fight, the Abyssal Voyage comes out. They brought Pawn, but the exhaust went out, and Smeb's ultimate not able to do a ton there. They couldn't quite kill Maha in the background, didn't commit to it, and then Ed and Ian just doing so much work into the backline because they invested so much resources trying to kill Maha, but weren't quite able to secure it. And now you can see why we banned this champion.
Yeah, it's going to go down in the history books as like, okay, this was the time that KT didn't ban Camille, and it got through twice, and they lost to it twice. Could happen. And, you know, gotta respect that Kog'Maw pick too. Doing a nice bit of poke damage, just barely able to get away alone against 3 members just with that flash. And eventually getting the poke damage to take out Pawn on the right side of the map while Deft was going down. So stays alive, gets that extra bit of damage. But Ed really coming in from behind and doing just the cleanup duty, essentially.
Ed might have Guardian Angel, that might be why he's recalling. Nope, doesn't quite have it, just picks up the control ward. Guardian Angel gonna be a very big spike for him. It's gonna enable him to go a lot more aggressive inside of these team fights. And I feel like Camille has reached a point now where Smeb can't resist against her split push, at least not by himself. Pawn gonna be able to help him out with his ultimate whenever absolutely necessary, but I feel like with what the current stage is of the game, MVP should be content to just try to wait until the Wit's End and Guardian Angel are complete.
Well, they're going to attempt to engage onto MVP here. Score getting on into Ad. The exhaust coming down there from Ian. Forced to be used, but successfully disengaged does MVP. And Curtain Call used there, as well as the Abyssal Voyage, as well as the Rise ultimate too. So lots used to try to engage.
Still have to be careful here. I think what MVP wants to do is they just want to pick up this bottom tier 1 turret. It's a nice little gold amount for their team. They are now back in the gold lead, although we are almost dead even here at 27-20. We are actually, in fact, 50,000 versus 50,000.
Pretty much exactly even at this point.
MVP, I really don't like this. They're overstaying their welcome here, and these are the exact type of mistakes that have been costing KT so far in this series. Go home, pick up the Wit's End, get the Guardian Angel on Ed, then take a team fight. There's no reason to force this.
Well, they're going to force it, and
Well,
Smeb
okay.
gets destroyed. A couple of stuns there. I think that might have been Max into Ad, and that's going to be huge. Now it's 5v4. They have the Baron. They're going to attempt to push this inhibitor turret as well. Can they do so? Ad with a little bit of a fake, a juke on the wall. Not going to engage just yet. There's that poke damage out of Ian too. Just trying to escort this wave in, as it is 5v4.
Ian could have recalled home right now and teleported to a minion, and with the death timer on Smeb, they could have locked up the Nexus turrets, but they're choosing to be really greedy right here.
Yeah, you're talking about Ad there, and here we go, the Curtain Call coming on in. Max very low. Oh, gonna hit Beyond in the back. This is that greed you're talking about. They have to get away, but here comes Rise. Ian gonna be jumped on. Rise does not take that teleport very, very smartly. Max, though, trying to turn this around. He does get the kill into Rengar. Oh, they're turning this around. The double kill now, and the stun there from Ed. And oh no, KT, they try to get this. Here's Smeb. He should be able to put out a ton of damage. Has his ultimate available. Can he line it up? Gets it onto Mama.
Oh!
There it is. Gets the stun onto Deft, and down he goes. Now Smeb is the only one left over. It's 3 versus 1. He gets him, and Ed is alive. MVP. They've taken another fight, another ace, and they're going to go for the inhibitor.
He has teleport. If they can get this wave into the turret, Maha, Beyond, and Ed
I think they
should be able to raise the Nexus turrets, despite the fact that Score's coming up. He doesn't have his ultimate available to him. One of the minions taking, I think that's what they're waiting for. They didn't even elect to lock up the turret, but they have Omewrecker.
Are they going to do this? I mean, we have the spawn on Mata, Score coming up too, and they may have overstayed their welcome.
They should have actually just sacrificed both of their lives in favor of the Nexus turret, and instead they choose to run, but it's a poor decision because if you look at the map right now, you could have had Ian and Max push in mid lane. There would have been no minions there. You know that Cloud Drake does absolutely nothing for KT right now. Bottom lane is a complete wreck. Top lane, no minions that they could have made use of. And even if they wanted to, Smeb doesn't have teleport. Maha and Ed should have both just sacrificed themselves to get the last remaining Nexus turret, because that amount of pressure when having an open inhibitor is just too much for KT to deal with.
And it's a great point that you're making, and it really highlights the fact that MVP have not been in this high pressure situation many times before. They're struggling under the pressure. They're still doing well. They're still winning.
And so this was a pretty high variance team fight that it could have gone a lot worse for MVP. You could see right there they thought Pawn was going to take his ultimate, but he didn't. Now Max able to turn everything around. That brand damage absolutely absurd, and you can see that Deft was basically just sort of zoned out and locked, and Smeb coming in with the teleport wasn't quite there in time. But it didn't matter that much. Next Dragon of the game is going to be Elder Drake. Baron coming up in 50 seconds. And MVP are now in a spot where, yes, they're still in control of the game. They do have that Infernal Drake, which is providing them a lot of extra stats right now. So even though the gold gap is only about 3,000 gold, it's a little bit bigger than that. But when you factor in the scaling for KT, the match is still a lot closer than one might think. KT's still very much in this game. And I feel like MVP could have done things a little bit differently to prevent this from happening. But now they're presented with a scenario where if they do lose a team fight, if their side lanes or mid lane looks really bad, it could end up resulting in a Baron capture for KT and being turned into an inhibitor.
You know what's interesting is because Ed did not pick up the Guardian Angel before that whole gigantic fight went down, is that he bought it when he went back after that, and now he has it available for the Baron fight. So kind of the way things worked out, I'm not sure if that was 100% on purpose, but he will have that Guardian Angel. And the Baron is up, ready to be taken. The vision here going over to MVP. They are in control of this right now, using that thrill of the hunt to just see where everybody is.
Score just trying to scare MVP right now, and imagine if right now Smeb doesn't have teleport and it's just an open nexus with these super minions approaching. This is why had MVP just done the sacrifice play earlier, could have led to them having a great scenario right now. I like that they're basically using the fact that they know that someone from KT has to respond to the super minions, so they're forking KT into saying, hey, your eyes are going to lose the Nexus turret or you're going to lose top tier 2, but they get a flash out of Score.
Nice big flash to get out of him, and they get another turret at that. What is the next objective here for MVP? Will they go for the Baron? The big wave in bottom has been cleaned up, but there is a super minion on that next one that's in the main base.
Mid lane is absolutely terrible right now for MVP. They should probably look to fix that before having any sort of a team fight. Though it does seem like it's going to fix itself thanks to the turret.
And so they regroup once again as 5. They see Rise attempt. They really just want to force a fight, and that they will with that Camille jumping on into Mata. But look at everybody grouped up here. Ad taking so much damage, but that's going to be 2 kills. Taking out Rumble and Mata. Jumping out to Pawn now. Can they get that damage? He does have the Zonias. Score extremely low too. Pawn survives, able to flash the wall. And there's the curtain call. Shouldn't be able to get anyone, but let's see if any mistakes are made. Mata able to leap out, or rather Beyond is able to leap out there. Mata eating that damage. And, oh boy, there is this open inhibitor taking a bit of damage, forcing Rice to go back to deal with it.
They might just go for a 3-man Baron right here. Score does have Guardian Angel available to him. They are even in levels, so we're going to see a smite fight if it would come down to it. But it looks like MVP don't want to get into that situation. And so while it was a 2-for-2 in the end, the one thing that's important to remember is that the Guardian Angel was lost on Ed.
It was lost on Ed, and it wasn't lost on Score, who still has it available for the next fight. And the Baron is still available, so very big point you're making there. Looks like Mata finally able to find some breathing room to come on in, take away some vision around that Baron. And bot lane has essentially been fixed now with the inhibitor respawning. Smeb able to push that on in. Does have his teleport, as does Ed.
Dragon coming up in just a minute here, and this is going to create a lot of problems for KT. Now, those triple Cloud Drakes, it's doing a lot of work actually now for MVP, as Ed is basically able to run around as if he has mobility boots.
And he's looking for that inhibitor. Look at this. He's going on in. He's committing to this. Okay, maybe not. Gonna back off. 2 members of KT trying to stop this here.
Score investing too much time into chasing a champion he's never going to be able to get onto.
And you see that MVP obviously does not commit to the Baron, but they take away a bit of the vision. Just a small victory there, essentially, through these small micro movements throughout the map. Now KT attempting to push their way on in, as many members of MVP have backed off from here. But they have to be careful about Ed in the bottom lane. You were talking about, can Smeb really go 1v1 versus the Camille right now? It doesn't look like it.
They have to be extremely careful right here, because with only 1 Nexus turret, if Ed shreds the inhibitor with the Trinity Force, he could also just kill the turret quite quickly.
Oh, and he gets the steal! Beyond gets the steal, and the inhibitor goes down! KT in an awful spot now. What are they going to do? They're just going to attempt to escape. But down goes the Baron to MVP, and down goes the inhibitor once again.
The inhibitor goes down, Score dives right in, able to kill Max extremely quickly.
Oh boy, Mata able to get that kill, but on the run now. Score does have
Ed's
the
on
TA,
the
but look
Nexus.
at it, look at the main. Ed, is he able to end this one? The teleport forced out here is just gonna get that Nexus turret and back off.
He gets the Nexus turret and he backs up. And a little bit unfortunate that Ian and Beyond weren't able to be sacrificial lambs to enable Ed to have a little bit more time. And now KT are going to turn their attention to the Elder Drake. They need it to stay in this game. Nexus, an open Nexus basically means that now with Smeb not having teleport, Pawn is going to be the one that's going to be on janitor duty, cleaning up the base anytime that the super minions are coming in. And they don't have the luxury of being able to ignore them at all.
Nice steal there by Camille. Able to get that Scuttle Crab. They have vision on where members are staying around that Elder Drake. Will they be able to commit here? Bit of poke damage. It's about 5v3 here, so they're not going to be able to. That would essentially just be suicide at this point, so they have to give on over the Elder Drake. And this game is getting pretty insane, man. We are so close. Elder Drake to KT, Baron to MVP. So many of these dragons all going over to MVP as well. Thankfully, they were all Cloud Drakes for KT.
Yeah. Had it been any amount of Infernal or Mountain Drakes, this game could look very different right now.
What if it was 2 Mountain Drakes? Game might be
What
over.
if it was 3 Ocean Drakes, Brendan? Let's talk about the really good scenarios.
Nice.
What if it was 1 Cloud and 3 Oceans?
Best case scenario. And you can see they're able to push in here with the Elder Drake, but trying to force a fight is KT. Even going to come on in. Here's Smeb. He's not able to. Sonya's even. Just goes down immediately. Pawn just get devoured, and a little bit of a dire situation for KT. Score in the back lines. Pawn just get Beyond here, but Score goes down, and now it's 4v3. And still the push coming on in. You can see Pawn expressly alone. He goes down. And now there's only 2 members left. This might be the game here for MVP. They have Baron.
Ed has Guardian Angel available to him. There's going to be absolutely no chance for Depth and Mata.
Unbelievable. That's going to be a 2-0 by MVP over KT. They've done it. They take it. And there you go. 2-0 victory in tonight's LCK. Going to MVP.
And this probably is the biggest upset of LCK Spring thus far, with MVP, a middle/bottom of the tier team, overthrowing KT.
Wow.
In a 2-0 fashion. And it wasn't even like the games were flukes or anything. It was KT being extremely overeager, very disrespectful with some of the plays that they were trying to make against MVP, and then MVP just straightening them up.
They got straightened up real quick, man. Let's get Nyoken in the chat. That was just unbelievable the way they were able to do that. Nice creativity in game 2. Really cool composition from MVP. Really making it work. The Kog'Maw was interesting. And, you know, the amount of damage that Brown was able to output at some points. But again, the big highlight, Camille gets through twice.
Yeah, Camille
and wins
gets through
twice.
Not quite sure why that was allowed. Yes, they traded Rengar for it, but I feel like Camille should have higher priority than Rengar, almost always. And so it's very interesting how they chose to draft tonight. I feel like it's quite horrible. And going into game number 1, I mean, again, it poses the question of, if you know that you're better across all lanes, then why do you not just try to create the most standard scenario possible? So we're going to take out one last replay, and I thought that MVP was being a little bit overeager with their advantages here, but Smeb just teleports in to get blown up right away. That was extremely short-lived. And once he went down, I mean, the team fight was all too easy for MVP to clean up. Pawn able to kill Beyond, but it didn't matter. Score was basically on a suicide mission. There's no sequel to this movie.
Oh, man. It looked like Smeb was able to get stunned before he could Zhonya's. If he could Zhonya's and have that fire burning and do a bit of damage and just split up MVP, maybe they're able to take the fight, but maybe just a little bit too overeager. Kind of the story here in a lot of these scene fights for KT.
Beyond having a much better game number 2 than game number 1 on that Kha'Zix. Was extremely slippery. at some very key points. And KT, I don't think that they really have to worry too much. I didn't see any super glaring weaknesses. It honestly just looked like they were underestimating MVP as a team. They were being too over-aggressive, and they were just basically reckless.
And that's huge for MVP. As we said before, the story of tonight, can any of these lower teams overcome the big two Titans? Well, getting a win over KT will help their score incredibly because no other team has been able to do this. So that loss is reflected across the board for everyone else except MVP. So they're in a fantastic spot going into about a third of the way of LCK. So guys, we are going to go to a quick break before we go into the analyst desk and MVP interview. We'll be right back. Welcome to the analyst desk once again. We're going to be hearing a little bit later on from the MVPs of Team MVP, something that a lot of people probably are not expecting. If you're joining late, you missed an incredible game, go back and watch the VODs. And I don't think anyone could have predicted this, Bina.
What a series. This definitely is KT's versus Afrika moment, right? Afrika taking out SKT 2-0 earlier, and now MVP with a 2-0 against KT, showing us that the gods indeed can bleed.
Captain Jack just looks shocked out of his mind right now. He's like, he can't believe what he saw.
Now, right off the bat, we're talking about MVPs, you know, creative picks, and this really goes back to their last interview here when they defeated the Jenner Green Wings 2-1 on Sunday, talking about how they have their own unique style. They have that creative aspect to their planning and preparation stage, and they're not afraid to go after it. And I think that's really significant, right? It's one thing to just see it coming out of the team, but it's another thing to hear it from the players themselves, because that's how you know it's real. Now, Kanata's saying maybe KT expected to be able to handle the Camille. I think you guys talked about it in the cast as well, because it was intentional, right? They left it open. It's not like their hand slipped and it got through. But MVP proving that, no, you can't. You know, you can't give Camille to Ed.
You can't. And after that second game, I think Ed is probably going to be the MVP. Just too much on that Camille.
Beyond did have that Baron steal as well.
Very huge. Big plays made by him too. Well, we're gonna check out what happened exactly in that game just through the final results screen. You can see that every Drake did go over to MVP, but a lot of them were Cloud Drakes, not exactly what they wanted. I think as you're saying, that Baron steal was gigantic, because had they lost Baron and Beyond dies and then they lose Elder Drake too, then maybe KT takes that win. Look at Brand's damage.
Yeah,
like,
the support Brand. I see the bar come up and I'm like, oh dear.
Yeah, it's the age of supports and lethality, of course. I would have loved to see the items. I got the impression that they were itemizing a ton of armor on the side of KT.
Max getting the MVP.
Well, he did a ton of damage.
That's right.
So
it was very a novel pick with the brand.
And I feel like also Korea's kind of on the hype train of Max being the new Mad Life. Like, I think that's quickly becoming a story here, as this guy is just game after game. He plays a new support after new support, and he plays out of his mind. It's unbelievable.
That also means I believe we're going to have a solo MVP interview with Max or a solo interview with a member of the coaching staff, if I remember correctly.
Well, it looks like it's Max.
It's both.
And the coach.
Yeah, it's both. It's Max on the left, and we have Coach Lee of MVP on the right. So being asked, you know, what was it like? And Max saying it's such a refreshing victory. It feels like, you know, it's a huge load off our shoulders. And Max saying in the pick and ban phase, I knew they were going to pick Tom Kench, and I was pretty confident with handling that with Brand.
And after level 6, they did.
Of course, KT
certainly.
swapping or taking the bottom lane picks in set 1 with Jin and Tom Kench. And Coach Lee, somewhat a unique perspective on the bottom lane, saying, yeah, Kog'Maw is basically a champion that takes over in the late game, right? So we gave him Brand so that maybe they could bolster that damage coming out in the mid-game team fights.
And that it did.
Now talking about Maha, Coach Lee complimenting him for being such a hardworking and innovative player who does a lot of research or tries new things in practice. And Maha is really confident against going against the Jin with the Kog'Maw, and Coach Lee saying that, yeah, he made a great case for it, and I basically let him have it.
It definitely seems like there's a lot of trust in the players on that MVP lineup. It's kind of the reason why, you know, Ian has gotten Zed, Ari, you know, these crazy picks. And part of the
Zillion.
Yeah.
The list goes on, right?
Zillion, Kog'Maw brands. The players kind of suggest what they think would be good, and the coach is like, all right, if you feel good about it, do it. Ian low-key MVP of this game.
So Max kind of commenting on the situation, saying, yeah, for a large part of the game we're behind. Coach Lee being asked, what was the kind of logic behind giving Ian Syndra in set 1 against Pawn? And Coach Lee saying it was definitely Ian's feedback, I think he said. Now Max being asked you made a couple of support bans during the draft phase. What was the reason for that? And Max saying, yeah, I wasn't able to practice a lot of Zyro and Malzahar and solo queue, so I kind of wanted those out of the way.
So he plays everything else, it seems.
Now, a red flag does go up in my mind. Max, maybe not the type of thing you want to say on air.
Mm-hmm.
Never know if the other teams are listening.
Will be used against you.
Now, unless I'm mistaken, they were talking about Ed Sion and Coach Lee saying Sion's a great champion, versatile champion that could do. The Korean metaphor for this is from 1 to 10. All things from 1 to 10. So Captain Jack asking the obvious question, will we see more new picks in the next match?
Let's get a Lulu
Max
Alistar.
saying, we'll have to see.
Lulu Alistar series, that would be nice. Well, we're going to go over some more of the replays. This is when KT, once again, kind of overstaying their welcome. And you can't do that against specifically a Camille. Jumping on him, getting 2 kills.
So KT overstayed in order to kill the Raptors, and Max basically telling us what everybody had in their mind. Wow, thanks for the freebie.
Yeah.
Now also in response to Smeb's Rumble, I believe Captain Jack asked, you know, how did you try to play around the equalizer missiles? And Max saying, we basically just focused on hitting first, making the first move, being assertive and aggressive.
Really good play by Max here to totally turn this fight around. Brand damage, you cannot underestimate it. Didn't see him go into the brush, it looks like. And whole team gets wiped, essentially.
Max being asked, you scored the most damage in this game. How are you able to position so well on team fights with Brand? And Max just saying, that's the fun of playing Brand.
That is
cold-blooded.
That is like, he doesn't even do the combo with Kha'Zix. He just flash smite leap immediately.
So talking about the Baron steal, they definitely had the call to send Beyond in there. I believe he said they knew that KT was going to be distracted with the bottom lane push going on. So to elaborate, talking about how the the Nexus towers went down when Camille went down to the bottom lane. So finally, there's a little bit of time left in the first round, so any comments moving forward? And Max saying, yeah, moving forward, I'll study a lot of new great champions, so please cheer for me a lot. And Coach Lee also echoing that sentiment, saying we'll show you a lot of fun and exciting matches moving forward, so thank you.
They'll show good games for the fans. The classic. So guys, the next match should be starting in about an hour, in fact, because we do start at 8 p.m. KST for the second series. So join us in about an hour for LZ, Longzhu Gaming versus SKT.
Some girls like the boys who are fast. Some girls like making it last. Who are you? Some girls got so much to prove, but those girls got nothing on you. Who are you? Who are you? Won't you tell me now? Won't you tell me now? Tell me what you love. Is the sunlight? Tell me what you feel. Is it alright? Sitting on the bed at the back of the room. We can get along if you want us to. Tell me what you want out of this life. Tell me what you say when the mood's right. Sitting on the bed in the back of a room. We can hit it off if you want us to. I'll learn to cover you. I'll learn to cover you.
Welcome back to 2017 LCK Spring here live at the Nexon Arena. I am Valdez. Joining with me tonight, as always, is LS. We had a big upset, MVP 2-0 KT in the first half of tonight, but now we jump into the second half. It's going to be Longzhu versus SKT.
Yeah, and Longzhu is going to try to upset SK Telecom tonight. Now, they're about as middle of the pack as they come, only suffering losses to KT and Samsung Galaxy. Everyone else they've been able to basically beat quite handily. And now coming up against SK Telecom, they're going to have to do something impressive if they're going to want to find victory here tonight, because SKT, only after having dropped their series to Afrika, they look back on pace with just dominating everyone.
Yeah, they came back. Took a quick 2-0. I forget exactly who that was against, but it was kind of unforgettable because they kind of just wiped the floor with them. And that's been the story outside of that one series for SKT. Longzhu, as you mentioned, taking a couple of losses to stronger teams. They have another big challenge tonight, but we saw something crazier happen earlier on, MVP 2-0 in KT, so it's definitely possible. And that's half the fun here in LCK, that crazy upsets can happen, and if these teams are good enough to take a series on any given night. So stay tuned. We might have another insane series. It looks like we're going to be jumping into that pick and ban right now, guys. So let's jump into it for game number 1 right now.
So moving into this, we'll basically see if SK Telecom tries to get creative on the red side or if they stick to the traditional bans. Please
no. No more Camille. I've had enough.
Well, not just Camille. I'm wondering, this is an interesting dynamic because SK Telecom on the red side, we've been talking a lot about Camille and Rengar getting left up by red side, but this is an interesting dynamic where LeBlanc could actually be left open because of how adept Faker would be on the champion, but it's unlikely that Fly is getting any practice on the LeBlanc at all.
It's a pretty interesting idea. Maybe they just feel like it's so strong that they don't even want to take the chance because it would immediately be first picked, almost forced away into Fly's hand. We are going to see Jace also banned here. So Ryze, Malzahar, Jace, a lot of big power picks nowadays outside of the big 3. And it looks like Varus will be the 3rd ban for SKT, so they will be leaving open Rengar.
Varus being banned away there. Rengar most certainly going to be the first pick. And if this is the case with Varus off the table, it probably means a snapback with Ashe and X. X in this case should probably be a jungler, although there is the possibility of just getting the support out of the way. We'll see what Peanut wants to lock in for his team here, and it looks like Kha'Zix.
Elise and Lee Sin were the other big picks for Peanut himself, but Kha'Zix is the other big power pick in the jungle nowadays. So taking that out, Draven being hovered here by Longzhu. And no, it won't be the Draven. I'm not sure anyone was fooled by that one. So it will be the Jhin coming out.
Lock in Jhin. And Zyra being hovered. If Zyra does get locked in, SK Telecom should probably just bounce back with Misfortune instantly. There would be no reason to pick anything else before entering into the second ban phase.
And that's what they will do here. Going to go ahead with the Misfortune pick and go into bans. Second round here. Aurelion Sol being hovered, and it will be banned.
Banned away against Fly. He is the probably most famous Aurelion Sol player of all of the LCK mid laners in Korea. Cassiopeia being banned away now by Longzhu. Don't think it's too good of an idea to try to target Faker rather than try to target team compositions, but SK Telecom's team composition is so flexible right now that the Cassiopeia and even the Katarina doesn't really hit it too hard. Shen being banned away right at the last ban for SK Telecom does signal the Maokai pick.
Yeah, very common there. And Olaf, well, they've been trolling earlier on, so. Well, it is going to be picked. Okay, there you go. So, would expect the Rengar in the jungle and Olaf top. Although it could be the other way around. And Echo is going to be locked in as the final pick for mid.
Could be Rengar top lane, Olaf jungle. It could be Olaf top, but
yeah,
that would normally only ever be seen as a counter to specific matchups, and my whole brain is just falling apart right now because of this draft.
Falling apart at the seams. Well, the earlier series didn't help with that either. And, well, we're going to get a quick look here at exactly where they swap these two. So, very curious to see which one will be in the jungle, which one will be in top.
The other thing for this is it's a blue side Olaf, so his ability to dog down his opponent in top lane is going to be diminished given the fact that SK Telecom with the red side Kha'Zix is going to have more incentive to have Peanut on the left-hand side of the map, so it's going to be more difficult for Expression up in that top lane to coordinate a kill against Huni. So a little bit surprising.
You can see the little pat on the back he gives to Huni too, where he's like, you can handle this, right? You've dealt with this before, and very confident yes out of Huni. And I would expect that as well. I don't think this is going to have a big impact in the lane, but we've seen crazier things before. Of course, we do have the Syndra last pick. I don't believe we did mention that. So Syndra Faker up against the Echo of Fly.
I really don't like how all-in Longzhu's team composition is, but I do like that they are trying something a little abnormal against SK Telecom here to try to find themselves a victory. SK Telecom's team composition, though, is as cookie cutter as they come. Basically as straightforward and no theme as you can possibly get.
It's nice. Just a lot of strong picks in every lane, and this is kind of what you said you wanted to see out of KT too. Just pick normal stuff. You know, don't let the Camille through, don't let any gigantic picks through, and just go ahead and win your lane and go from there. So that seems to be the theme here for SKT. So you guys can see the final picks of both teams ready to go into this game. And here we go, jumping into game number 1. It is going to be Longzhu Gaming up against SKT, jumping onto the Rift right now. So get out there, tell your friends, tell them to join the stream, and let's get into it.
This place stays the same. What we're gonna do in the pouring rain.
Well, you guys can probably guess who has the bigger fan base in Korea, but even so, miracles can happen. We are going to be seeing the Olaf in top. They want to mix it up, a different pick.
And both teams looking for some sort of aggression early on, but not really being able to find anything. And it looks like Huni is going to leash Peanut, the Raptor camp, using the saplings. This is a nice new opening that junglers have been doing these last few weeks. Able to get the level 2 and then make the route a lot more disguised. Makes it much more difficult to read if you're facing off against it.
Gorilla already taking a nice bit of poke and bot. It's kind of the fun you get in that lane even before the minions do come. And, well, it looks like Expression wants to steal the enemy blue. And this is totally unscouted. They do not know. Of course, Huni's going to be like, okay, this is weird. Olaf's not in top, but I don't think they can respond to this in time.
Yeah. They weren't able to get any sort of deep wards because of the fact that they would have been moving into a Rengar and an Olaf level 1. And so because of that, they have no intel exactly on where Crash is starting. And so it's a reasonable assumption for SK Telecom to just think that Expression might be leashing for him. But now, yeah, at this point, you see the missing pings going down by Huni, and he knows that something is definitely off, but it's already too late. Expression going to come to top lane with that blue buff, and that's going to enable him to just really bully Huni with those undertows early on.
Fly getting kind of blocked there by the minions. Pretty unfortunate. And you can see how much harassment damage Faker can get on the back of that. But it looks like Crash wants to make potentially something happen. He's going to take the Scuttle Crab first. Of course, Peanut does scout that the blue buff is taken. They already know this, as Olaf did show up late with the teleport up top with the blue. And nice bit of trading down here. You can see that both of these supports really trying to go back and forth, use their cookies early, get as much harassment damage done as possible.
Peanut just getting the Scuttle Crab for his team. Doesn't really have any ability to gank early on. Also important to note that Fly and Expression both having teleport will open up some split pushing possibilities later on, and Maokai not the best at handling that. SK Telecom's team composition will be susceptible to 1-3-1s the longer that the game goes on. I really like that Expression throws the axe into the bush just to check. Well, he actually already had a Warden there, so actually, never mind. I don't know.
Well, maybe
I thought that ward was SK Telecoms for a second.
Extra safety from Expression. Landing the Deadly Flourish. You can see Wolf has no more cookies, no more biscuits. And so he's going to be on that health here for a while. So shoving it in just a little bit. We'll see if he wants to head back in just a bit. He's going to stick around for now.
Now Peanut up near the Golem camp. And Expression's not going to have any intel.
Uh-oh. Can he root it? Yeah, there it is. First blood. Thunderlords going over to Gorilla in the bot lane. Wolf being a bit greedy, staying there for that long.
Definitely over greedy, and now Faker trying to get some poke down, and a very big CS lead in mid lane for SK Telecom. Fly does have the teleport available to him, and if he uses it at the correct time, it should enable him to at least get 6 CS over Faker. Still, the deficit is quite big.
Peanut heading bot once again, and even the kind of, okay, I'm going there ping going off, and just going to head back. Not going to stick around as that Longzhu bot lane. And the CS lead in mid comes up again. But let's take a look once again what happened here.
So I mean, it was a pretty standard follow-up right there, and even if the heal came out, I'm pretty sure that Prey would have eventually been able to dog him down inside of the next brush, but they just weren't expecting that damage, and just a very basic mistake ended up giving the first blood over to Longzhu.
Faker trying to burst him down here. He is 6 before Fly. And Peanut's around even. And there's no wards that spotted him. So Fly has to be very careful here. Finally hitting 6. Taking a look at top. That's not the tank versus tank matchup that we get sometimes. So there is actually some action that can take place between Olaf and Maokai.
Faker getting really good chunk of Fly's life. And so far, I mean, everything has been pretty safe and standard across the board. The jungler's not going for any super aggressive plays, but with Crash having hit level 6, there's definitely some opportunity for them to look for some plays, but bottom not really in a position where he could make use of it, so if anything's going to happen, it's most likely going to occur in that mid lane.
Fly still having his teleport up here. He's going to head back to base. Will he take the teleport back to mid? Yes, he will. And here's Crash. Going to clear out the ward and ward a bit of his own, but he doesn't know exactly where Peanut is, so he's forced to back off as Faker comes over here. But Crash is going to go on in. The ultimate is used by Faker and forced to stun him back as Thrill of the Hunt pops off. So ultimate's blown there by Faker and Crash.
Faker did have to use his Ghost, Crash electing not to go for the blue buff of SKT. And if we're just looking at the CS gaps across all the lanes, SK Telecom doing quite a good job. The only reason that Longzhu has a lead right now is primarily because of that First Blood gold. Hand over the blue buff to Faker here.
Having his way with that blue buff.
A little bit unfortunate as well for Fly, his recall timings. Not the best. He doesn't have that Hextech revolver, and having already used his teleport, he's not going to really be able to make use of a better teleport. Now Faker actually elects to stay in mid lane.
Crash could be making a move here on Bang. Doesn't have his ult just yet. No thrill of the Haunts. The flash route. Nope. Bang is going to flash away, and Peanut was nearby to help out as well. Either way, flash for flash. Peanut still hanging around. So we might have some action in here. Wolf pushing forward, trying to bait them into a fight. And there it is, coming on down. Tons of damage onto Gorilla, and he barely goes down. And look at this, Peanut is on Crash up there on the top, but is forced back by the teleport. And so just one kill over to SKT.
Yep, fantastic read by SK Telecom. Able to get the kill there onto Gorilla. And Crash being basically forced away right now is going to let SK Telecom get some pretty good turret damage down. Wolf just getting a little bit of his passive support item gold. We can just take a quick look at this replay. So they know that Crash is here, at least they had a feeling of it, and Wolf able to finalize the kill onto Gorilla with the bullet time. Both of the teleports called in from top lane, but ultimately canceled in the end as there was no need to push on any further. And meanwhile, I mean, Faker's been having his way with Fly in the mid lane. Not the best of mid lane scenarios.
Yeah, just, it's the Faker effect, you know? Getting this far ahead. And Faker had the opportunity to counterpick the Echo with that last pick of Syndra, so you could tell he's obviously very comfortable in that matchup and doing quite well. Should see a pretty nicely fed up Syndra here as we get into the mid game. Now Infernal Drake is up. There's no vision here for Longzhu, but some things are going on near it. I'm not 100% sure if they know.
Peanut just pulling it out just for a little bit more safety. They have the honeycomb plan right there. Yep, Peanut's going to eat that up. Go back to full tail Scuttle Crab. He's not allowed to eat it. Now he's going to punish him.
Little spank there at the end. Puts him in the ground. So Crash hanging around here now. Does have Thrill of the Hunt. Will he go for it? Really relying on Gorilla to land a root to start off this fight. Could have a Deadly Flourish started as well, but looks like Crash is just going to back off of this. Not stick around for too long this time.
Expression maybe looking to make his way down to mid lane, but the way that the lane's positioned, probably wouldn't be able to find anything anyway. And the game is sort of just stagnating right now, and that's not good for Longzhu. Very good for SK Telecom, as all that they really have to do is stall out the game and go as even as possible, and that's always going to end up producing an advantage for them.
Whoa, the spam pings. They're like, oh god, get this guy out of our jungle. And Peanut could read it too as Fly was hanging out. And so, just gonna back off from there. So, as you said, I mean, SKT, they usually are the team. They're very known for keeping the pace of the game exactly where they want it. So, if they're behind, they know how to just stall it out, take it very, very slow, not force any fights, really just disengage. And also, when they just want to farm up, they're doing the same thing right now. They're not forcing anything big. Peanut hops in, but the second he's in danger, he hops right back out, and he's not getting anywhere near Fly if they don't know 100% sure that they can win the fight. and Longzhu just not really having the same amount of luck on the opposite side, trying to force these fights. See Crash trying to take this blue, but an immediate back ping.
Crash is looking like a stray cat this game. Doesn't really know exactly where to go.
He's got no home.
And I mean, the problem is that his laners aren't really doing him any justice. Expression has basically not created any opportunity for Crash to come up on the left-hand side of the map. Not that it would have been something that he would want to invest in. Rengar should not want to be moving up to the top half of the map in that matchup, but unable to find any opening in mid lane, partially just due to how Fly has played the mid lane. And then meanwhile in bottom lane, the way that Prey and Gorilla have manipulated the lane and the minions made it extremely difficult for Crash to find an opening.
Faker boosting his CS stats there. Stealing a bunch of the small raptors. And Fly wants to come on in here, but little does he know, Peanut is right nearby. Gonna hop back. Can Peanut actually get on top of him? No, Gorilla is in position, as well as Crash, to stop any further chasing there in the mid lane. But here comes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. It's gonna jump right onto Gorilla. Does have the exhaust. Is it enough? Yes, it should be. No, Peanut is gonna jump away. Here's Fly, and exhaust going on to him. They're gonna trade 1-for-1 for now, but the curtain call does finish up Wolf, and Bang is on the run, all alone in the jungle. Stray Cat has found a target now, as has Fly. And yeah, he's gonna be going down. Gonna give that one over to Prey, actually, letting him have it with the Deadly Flourish. So that's 3 kills over to Longzhu, only 1 for SKT.
Huge turnaround in a turn of events. And that basically started off Faker getting absolutely chunked and then being forced to back away. Couldn't quite get the kill onto Fly, but you can see here that Enchanted Crystal Arrow came out, locked up Gorilla, but exhaust cast at a perfect time. Gorilla able to get away. Peanut thought that he had made it to safety, but Fly eventually came in, and with the aid of the curtain call, they were able to clean up SK Telecom here, and Bang was able to get a kill, but didn't really quite matter as he was eventually just chased through the jungle. Then Crash and Prey able to finalize that kill.
Even so, SKT not taking the best fight, but still just about even in gold. Longzhu only 500 ahead, and still SKT does have that Infernal Drake, so they retake control of the bot side river. Echo just gonna zone them out here in the brush as he pushes that wave. Things should reach normalcy here in just a bit, although we do have the second Infernal Drake spawning in about 45 seconds. And nice dodge there by Gorilla.
They're looking to make something happen. They can't let SK Telecom just stall the game out.
Oh, another big root there by Gorilla. And the 4th shot will hit Wolf. He's going to eat it. But look at this, Huni. They have spotted this. They pinged him a bunch of times. Coming in all alone, actually. Just going to go in there and flash onto Crash. But no real follow-up as a lot of the members are not nearby. But it's enough damage to push them back. Because Olaf is still in top, maybe they can get this dragon pretty fast.
So even though the cat-on-cat action did not end up producing anything, they're going to be able to pick up the Infernal Drake because Huni's here, and that's why they brought him down. Crash, unlikely to be able to find a way in here. Doesn't have flash available, there's no blasting plant. And so double Infernal Drake going over to SK Telecom. And now even if they get the first blood turret on Expression's Olaf, it doesn't really mean anything, as now they've basically just given a lane over to SK Telecom to permanently freeze up in top, and Longzhu's not going to be able to make use of that lane anymore.
And they're going to be down 2 Infernal Drakes, so not the best situation. As long as SKT can hold out for the mid game, they should be in a fantastic spot. And Faker pushing his way on up, just trying to get that scrying plants. No can do as Expression heads on back too. You can see that Olaf is pretty far ahead of Maokai in the top lane, but Huni has done a lot for his team and in other parts.
Maokai skin coming in here, trying to get some coverage of Crash's jungle. And right now, even though SK Telecom are behind in gold, they really aren't when you factor in the effect of the Infernal Drakes. In terms of raw combat stats, Huni gonna pick up some farm. As blue buff's gonna be handed over to Faker.
Next Drake is going to be a Cloud Drake, so not quite the same luck this time around.
Oh. They managed to pick up the Skull Crab.
I'll land that Deadly Flourish, and the Thunderlord's proc once again, so Wolf eating a lot of damage. Going to have to get that back up here.
Now SKT just going back into the farm mode, and you can see that Expression continuing to just shove up in top lane. Now being forced to try to move elsewhere. He's not going to be able to really do anything against Huni up there, and they might go for a dive onto Faker.
Looks like Faker's read it perfectly. He's ready to go. Doing more damage to Expression than Expression is to him, but really this is about getting this turret mid, and it looks like they should be able to. Last shot is going to do it, so that's going to be second turret going over to Longzhu. SKT still at 0.
Even though they're getting these turrets against SK Telecom, all that it's doing is giving SK Telecom less area to defend. And when you look at the team comp, I mean, it's designed to have an extremely explosive mid-game where they're intended to just bulldoze over SKT. But if SKT only have to turtle their tier 2 turrets, it's going to be really difficult for them to find an opening.
Yeah, and they haven't really been finding much just yet. As Faker and Peanut in mid are pretty happy to just push that one out. Still both bottom lane turrets are alive, so they're kind of just pushing it back and forth. Spirit Visage picked up on the Maokai. Kind of give him a lot more survivability, especially against Fly Gorilla combo. Lots of magic damage coming out of those two.
Peanut getting up another Scuttle Crab.
Very much just a passive game outside of that one fight. You know, there was the first blood, kind of a small mistake and a nice catch by Longzhu in the bottom lane, and then we had the one fight. And then, you know, some of the dragons come down. It looks like Fly should easily be able to jump out of this one. Lots of mobility on Echo. It's kind of one of those games that you just wait for the objectives to come up and have fights that center around them, and just, you know, small advantages given either way in terms of vision or the, you know, the wave control, lane control.
Problem for Longzhu, though, is that SK Telecom are on the red side, so they'll have the luxury of being able to defend against Baron inside of their own red side jungle. And then on top of that, with Cloud Drake being the next dragon to spawn, doesn't really give much incentive for SKT to try to contest it. And so they're going to be really hard-pressed to find a way to make SK Telecom fight them. And if they don't, it's just going to be a never-ending scaling game. But the curtain call...
Oh man, that first hit did a ton of damage even so. And Peanut even leaping in to help out in the cause of defending. So that was a close one. That would have been another kill they could kind of put as a notch in their belt. But as for now, as you said, I doubt they're going to be trying to fight here around the dragon unless they can get a pick. So Fly just pushing in mid. You can see that Crash and Gorilla are also hanging around. Oh, and you don't want to face check that brush. Okay, Hawkshot coming on out. That was a close one, but smartly enough, they do check it. They weren't 100% sure. Getting this red buff would be nice. Ward just come down though, and Peanut a little bit slow on that one. Lots of damage coming out, and Crash able to pick up the enemy red. Teleport coming in, and just going to be canceled by Expression as Faker zooms his way out of there with the Ghost.
See, Cloud Drake is up right now, but neither team really wants to invest into capturing it. Although maybe SK Telecom are going to turn their attention towards doing so right now.
They actually delayed the back of Crash too. So they're saying, hey, we're doing it, and also. But
this
doubt
could
that was
be
on
an
purpose.
opening, though.
Yeah. See what they can do. Is Fly going to engage here? No, they're just going to give it over. As no one could really group up in time, and Expression was all the way back home, but so was Huni. So just giving over another Drake to SKT.
I almost feel like it would be a wise choice for SK Telecom to actually let their bottom tier 1 turret die, so that, again, the terrain that they have to defend at would be reduced and they don't have to overextend. And it's all about just basically restricting the area in which Longzhu would be able to try to entice them into a fight.
For now, they're going to send Huni down there to just farm one-on-one against Echo. Suppose they're just confident enough to leave that up for now. Although, as I say that, Huni... Oh, okay, it looks like he may just be placing a ward. Or just checking the river there. Going to continue pushing bot.
Both teams just continuing to farm up. And, I mean... it's all that SK Telecom really needs to do. Fly, having the items that he doesn't really pose too much of a threat to Huni down in that bottom lane. Now Huni actually moving up. Gonna be unlikely for them to be able to find a Baron opening, at least not without killing 2 or 3 members of SK Telecom.
Yeah, it's almost just kind of this funny dance where you run around the Baron, try to get that vision, see if you can catch out anyone on the other team. And if you can, obviously, you can get a huge advantage of that. But generally, SKT is better at maneuvering and outmaneuvering their opponents. Even Faker checking the brushes around his own jungle because he's not 100% sure where everybody is. The Fly's waiting in that brush. Just going to poke Peanut and back off. See the fight in bottom lane. Both of these guys pretty tanky. You can see that Olaf does have the Black Cleaver for damage.
It's a little bit interesting to me that despite having Edge of the Night for Prey, they're not using the Curtain Call to open up more windows of opportunity for their team. Prior to having that item, you could assume that Bang would just be able to use the Enchanted Crystal Arrow to stun Jhin. But even still, I feel like there's a lot of little micro things that they could be doing to force SK Telecom to be more defensive than they are right now. But instead, we're just moving into this scaling game, and that's never going to be good for this Longzhu team comp.
Yeah, they haven't really seemed to identify that fact, you know? As you were saying, they're not really pressuring, looking for big openings, using their items to their advantage.
And to make matters worse, I mean, the next dragon that's coming up is the worst one in the game. And
or Ivysaur now.
The worst one that could spawn.
Well,
especially Maiko down here.
Yeah, is forced to pop that ult, so will not be taken up, and Crash can just come down here, Thrill of the Hunt, and force them back. So thought we were going to have some action, but not the case. Just waiting for that opening, as you were saying. Haven't seen an Enchanted Crystal Arrow in quite a bit. You could see Faker and Wolf moving on over, just trying to clear up all of the vision. If they can steal blue, that would be an extra nice bonus. Wow, they're gonna leash this blue and take it all the way home.
Ooh. They end up taking it, putting it onto Faker. Fly now going to move up to top lane to shove the wave back in, but I mean, this is almost like the definition of insanity. They're doing the same thing over and over. And Ocean Drake's certainly not going to change anything that's happened. If that were an Infernal Drake or a Mountain Drake, then they could potentially set up vision control around it, and that would guarantee that SK Telecom would probably look to contest it.
We've come to a point in the game where we're watching Olaf versus Maokai go head-to-head. That's the most exciting thing happening. Before it was looking like Olaf was doing okay, but now he's kind of run out of mana. So, very even trade nonetheless. So far, Longzhu have control of the Baron pit. They have the pink ward down. Looks like they also got the Scuttle Crab. But some vision around there, so SKT knows they haven't started it yet.
Special could basically just auto-attack that turret and take it. Seems like that is going to be what he does. But I mean, that's fine. The gold gained from that isn't really going to hurt SK Telecom too much. The Dragon coming up is completely useless for both teams.
Now, if a team felt enough ahead, they could try to kill that as fast as possible so you could have the Elder spawn as fast as possible. But I guess that would be up to Longzhu at this point. We'll see if they do want to do anything like that. So far, they're just going to use this Rengar ultimate to zone everybody out and try to get another tier 2 turret, or at least their first one of the game, but this could open up the arrow. It does miss. And so no response from SKT, just going to let that one go.
And so right now, gold lead about 4,000, just slightly over 4,000 gold. Ocean Drake has spawned. You see pings going down onto Baron. SKT really needs to start getting turrets.
Yeah, but where do they have a lane to do exactly that? They're kind of just sitting here. A lot of, you know, in order to set up the bullet time, they need a stun to go down, they need a pick to happen, but Longzhu themselves have been relatively careful, only going for objectives when they feel 100% safe to do so. And it looks like Longzhu will actually go for this Ocean Drake here. Nana will go. Next one will be Elder. So that's what we were talking about. Trying to get that to spawn ASAP.
Now you can see that top lane is very difficult for them to make use of. So it's basically just going to be a lane that SKT can funnel resources into one of their carries whenever necessary. And meanwhile in bottom, Expression still can't really achieve much. And so this might actually be a case where we just have to wait for Elder Dragon to spawn before we start seeing real action occur.
Definitely could happen like that, unless one of these teams makes a big move towards the Baron. Try a sneak Baron or something like that. We've seen plays like that happen before, but you really need to clear out a lot of the vision around the red side jungle of SKT and around the Baron, obviously. And they're about to do that, so we'll see if they want to make any shenanigans happen. Olaf is still down there in bot lane. I was looking at the minimap, wondering where he was, but he was underneath Maokai. As they're going head-to-head, going pretty low, both of them.
Huni has to be really careful here.
Yeah, I mean,
Olaf's lifesteal, yep.
He's going on in, and uh-oh, Huni gets him underneath the turret. Both of them flash. And if Bang could land an arrow, no, he's going to miss, though. And Expression will get away. Had he landed the arrow, maybe they pick up Olaf, but either way, the Baron will be started by Longzhu. Hulk Shot is going to come on out, and they do see this happening, and it looks like Longzhu is not going to go for it.
SK Telecom might actually be able to pick up their first turret of the game here. Teleport is available for both sides. They have to be careful not to get flanked. Actually is a perfect ward behind SKT had they overextended too far forward in mid lane. I'm still very confused as to why Prey isn't using the curtain call more frequently to try to create openings for his team.
Saving it for the perfect time, I suppose, but it's not always the way you want to play it. So now they're moving a little bit deeper. Olaf is still at bot, but he does have the teleport, as does Maokai. Huni on that. Okay, they're going to go for the sneak. And this ward is not cleared out. SKT, they don't know yet. Oh, okay, here we go. They know. And the arrow coming on through. Going to force Longzhu back. Smart move. SKT still just hanging on. Not allowing Longzhu to get away with anything. No objectives. Just the Ocean Drake.
Remember, the longer that this game goes, the more beneficial it is for SKT. Double Infernal Drakes doing work as well with each item that is purchased, so lots of pressure right now, and I mean the clock is ticking. So they're gonna have to come up with something. Peanut gonna take the blue buff.
Interesting idea. Faker was all the way in top lane, so just wanting to get that buff and have it be useful in the near future rather than wait for Faker to go all the way to the blue. Just give him the top lane farm instead. Allow him to get those items a bit faster. You can see he's already on 5, waiting for that 6th, has the Doran's ring for now. But already up to 413 farm. Looks like Faker, 413 at 35 minutes into the game. Whereas Fly with a much more modest pro gamer score at about 350 at 35 minutes. About 10 a minute, or yeah, 10 a minute.
Minions actually will soon begin approaching a point where they're going to start being the real heroes of the game, taking turrets.
If the real heroes won't do it themselves, and the minions have to take it into their own hands.
Elder Dragon coming up in just over a minute. Faker at 420 CS at 36 minutes here into the game.
Hasn't quite got the 100 CS lead just yet. Maybe eventually. Longzhu's still in total control of that vision, but SKT are very good about having kind of a sixth sense about what's going on, and they also have Ashe, so they can always just hawk shot. They're like, okay, you're starting now. Whenever they lose vision, they wait about 5-10 seconds, and then they send out the hawk shot to just make the most use of that cooldown.
You can see the problem that Longzhu's having, where they don't know how to create openings for themselves, and with SK Telecom being unwilling to make mistakes or overextend, it's basically just appearing hopeless as the game continues to extend. Maybe they can hope for something to happen once Elder Drake's up, as then they'll have 2 major neutral objectives to bounce between. Looks like they're going for it yet again. And this almost seems like desperation at this point, because they're clearly beginning to panic. They have Fly, though, up in the top lane. SK Telecom are the ones that have to react to it. Huni does have the teleport available to him. He's the one that is on janitor duty up there.
And you can see, once again, Thrill of the Hunt, you know, it's like they're trying to bait SKT into a weak position around Baron. Okay, now they're going to go for it. They pushed SKT very, very far back, but there's a ward there. And here comes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. It hits Prey. That's going to be a pretty long stun there where he's not doing damage. Peanut's heading on in. Hawk shot to clear the way in front. Still no Huni teleport. And look at mid. Faker's like, yeah, you guys aren't going to do it. I'll just pick up another turret. Why not? Peanut going to come in here and delay 2 backs.
Faker delaying 2 of the recalls, and now SK Telecom are starting to pick up the turrets. And this is actually a very beautiful display of what you need to do when you have a superior scaling team composition.
well, they're going to go for the Baron here too, and that's probably because a bunch of people just went to recall, and if they can burst it down fast enough with a double Inferno, they do get it. Faker taking a ton of damage though, will be hopped on by Fly, and now Expression in the front taking a bunch of damage too. Bray there, and now Huni is kind of alone in the pit. It doesn't, well, he does have his flash. He's going to wait until the last second, but here comes Crash, going to jump onto him and should be able to get him. He's trying to turn on to Fly, but no, not going to be enough. They do pick up 3 kills in total, as only Gorilla goes down on the side of Longzhu.
So 3 for 1 at the end of the day, but SK Telecom do pick up the Baron. Although they should have to concede the Elder Drake, as we can see that now Crash and Expression moving down there. Don't think that Peanut is really going to be in a position to contest this or try to go for a smite fight. He is also down a level, so his smite is weaker, and actually he did just use his smite, so even if he wanted to go for it, he can't.
Does have his ult, but yeah, not even going to attempt it here. It's just going to be given on over to Longzhu. And so they're going to be about exactly the same here. Looks like the Elder Drake buff will be just 1 second ahead, 1 second extra comparatively. So stronger as a team right now, I suppose, Longzhu, whereas SKT might have some more pushing power. We'll see if they actually do get a chance or if they even want to go for some pushes.
We can just take a quick look at this replay, and you can see that basically what happened was Faker just got completely deleted, and even though they managed to shred down the Baron really quickly, something that's not being shown on the screen right now is the fact that Prey was able to get onto Wolf. You can see that on your minimap here. A little bit surprising that Huni tried to flash. It was pretty obvious he could not get away at this point when you factor in the brush mechanic.
Crash going to use that Thrill of the Hunt, try to push them back and group up as a ball. And meanwhile, there were 4 in bot, there's 1 in mid, that's Expression. They're going to land the arrow, but immediately just going to pop the ult. So I suppose they trade ult for ult, and a second ult here with a curtain call.
Oh, Faker.
Oh boy, he's going to Zhonya's, but he's in a ton of trouble. Trying to get the bullet time, and Crash almost does go down, but he was a little bit too far up there against the Rengar.
But too far up indeed, and I really like the guerrilla warfare tactics coming out from Longzhu here. You can see that SK Telecom are really divided, having trouble keeping up with the split pushes, and using the Rengar to be able to join the fray whenever.
Uh-oh, Peanut gets jumped on. He got rooted there. And Fly was just able to delete him once again. The echo damage is very, very big, this amount of burst damage he's doing.
And the Elder Dragon still persisting right now. It's about to fade, but certainly they made great use of it.
And that should be the inhibitor, as 2 members are still down. We're at 42 minutes into the game. We haven't had all that much action. And look at this, they're still pushing. We got 30 seconds on Peanut, and oh, look at Bang in the back. He just disappears as Crash is able to destroy him. Wolf is going to be jumped on as well. There's that all-in kind of formation and team composition you were talking about. The ult is used on the Fly. Faker trying to burst him down, is not quite able to, and that's 2 Nexus turrets going down. Huni, though, is able to pick up, it looks like Prey on the back of this, and now going for Gorilla. Should be able to pick up a double kill here. And
able to pick up the double.
Yeah.
Gonna find his way onto Expression, gonna pick him up as well, but it's an open Nexus against a double teleport team composition. So SK Telecom, they're hanging on by the skin of their teeth right now. A few missteps that they made ended up costing them a lot.
I see a lot of worried faces on the SKT side of the fans right now, as they obviously know what this means as well. And look at that, Bang just
ended up getting completely destroyed. And Wolf, shortly thereafter, Expression kept going on to Huni, but Huni was extremely tanky, able to find his way onto Prey, and he was even able to lock him up inside of turret range. And that was one of the big problems here, and then he turned his attention onto Gorilla, as Faker was able to deal with Fly and Expression as they were on the Nexus. You can see the pings are actually going down on the Nexus. And the other thing to entertain about the open Nexus is the fact that it's not just the double teleport that they have to be worried about. It's also the fact that Crash can ult and join any of his teammates inside of the base if they want to go for some sort of a base race play. And with Baron coming up in just over a minute, there's a lot of potential for Longzhu to basically guillotine SK Telecom between all of the objectives that are still existing.
Bring down the axe. That's what they want to do. You can see SKT getting behind on that Baron power play. Lots of members and towers just going down in total. And so we do have the Baron coming up in a minute. See how Longzhu wants to play this. You can see there's a control ward around that Nexus, saying, okay, we want to make sure there's no wards around here that they can teleport to. But it definitely doesn't mean that Longzhu can't get in there. You can see how defensively they're playing.
Huni just waiting for the teleport wherever they need it. Baron now 30 seconds away, flying bottom lane. Has the teleport available, and with Lichbane, he shreds turrets so quickly. Can't leave him unattended. Just gonna pick up their blue buff really quick. Gold score very close, but remember, SK Telecom has the double dragon. So lots of ramp to their physical damage and AP.
Second Baron spawns. Thrill the Hunt comes down, and SKT just waiting, and look at this, it's going to be burned down. Hawkshot coming out. How will they respond? They have 4 members that are heading there, and Huni to sit in the back. Gorilla trying to zone them out.
Love the fork right now. This should probably just be a free Baron, although, okay, Crash does join it.
Yep, and there you go. So that's going to be the Baron given over to Longzhu. With that open mid lane, how are they going to do this? It looks like they might go for bottom lane first. Some pings going down there. They can push in mid and then cycle over. Use the Rengar to their ability as well.
Turn their attention down to bottom. Prey has the curtain call available, but they're neglecting top lane, but that's all right because you can see where Crash is positioned. SK Telecom need to find a way to basically hold on right here.
There it is again. Trying to just push in bot as fast as possible. Using the Syndra MF, and there's the curtain call. Trying to open it up. Tons of damage being taken by Peanut in the front, rather. And there goes the turret in about a couple of shots from Prey, and that might be the second inhibitor as well. Crit being shot, they're gonna take it very slowly. Gotta be very careful about the stuns coming out from Bang Faker, the engage potential. And still having both inhibitors up, but still 2 minutes left on this Baron, so Longzhu has a lot of time to push this one in.
They elect out of trying to push that too far forward. Middle inhibitor, by the way, back up again. And while Baron still does exist, SK Telecom trying to just make the game go longer and longer. But Huni now at 6 items. Faker has been at 6 items. Peanut almost at 6 items. And also Bang almost at 6 items. So the game is almost capped out.
Pretty much. We might see our supports get all the way up to 6 items eventually. And the push continuing in mid. Elder Dragon in about the same amount of time as Baron buff has left over, about 1:10. Here we go, Thrill of the Haunts. There is the immediate USS, the cleanse there. Huni coming in from behind, but look at the amount of damage in the back. Crash able to get onto Bang, he disappears. Huni also is getting pretty low in that back line. Peanut though able to turn it onto Crash, and now 4-on-4 right now. GA Guardian Angel is procced here onto Huni. They're going to try to burst him down as fast as possible. That they do. The bullet time coming on out. Expression getting very low. So does Fly, but look at that. Faker able to zone his barely any health, but will go down to the crit of Prey. I think that was about 1,700 damage. And I think that should be it. I mean,
that's going to be game over.
Yeah.
SK Telecom going to go down here in game number 1. And this might be the night of upsets. We're going to go into game number 2. But Peanut just trying to improve his KDA.
Trying his best. And he's not going to be able to. Fly has the GA, and that is going to be game 1 going to Longzhu. What are we watching?
I don't really know what to say. SK Telecom had everything going their way, but they had a thin line that they had to walk where any type of mistake against Longzhu's team composition could prove to be disastrous, and that's exactly what it was. We talked about earlier on how SKT didn't have a real proper response to 1-3-1 type of tactics or any sort of split push tactics that would then involve the Rengar. And when you have such a no-themed composition being forced into this scaling war, it's not the best type of scenario that you would want to get yourself into. And they ended up just dying at the worst times possible, and Longzhu managed to bring it all the way home.
The amount of burst damage that was coming out of Longzhu's composition made it so that anyone who got caught out, even for a split second, if there was the tiniest mistake made in positioning, they would be punished. And Longzhu was always on top of them. The burst damage coming out of Crash, he found Faker a couple of times. Fly was able to jump in and do a ton of damage. Bang basically was not available for any of the fights because he would just die immediately. He would get one arrow off, and then that was about it, and he would just disappear. And so everything else along with that, and Longzhu really making it work for them. That top Olaf too was very interesting. But guys, we are going to go take a look at a replay here.
And inside of this replay, Huni got a flank off onto Prey, but it didn't really matter because the damage that came out from Crash and Expression was just too much for SKT to handle. And even though they eventually brought Crash down, you can see Huni just basically got handled like a raid boss in the back line. And Peanut and Faker didn't have the damage to really do anything to this line of Longzhu, and the bullet time basically didn't do anything. You can see there, once Faker went down, it was all but over.
Also, Bang didn't exist in the fight. He took a couple of bullets from the curtain call, and then Crash, all he had to do was run in there and burst him down. And then he just died. No GA, no anything. He just disappeared. So guys, we are going to go to a 2-minute break, and then we will go to our analyst desk in between the games. So join us in just a few. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk, guys. And that was not the most action-packed game, but another upset here in game number 1 at least. Longzhu taking it over SK Telecom. And of course, I'm joined by Binu to help out with the translation.
Happy to be back. And let's go straight to the match result. Longzhu again taking that upset victory over SK Telecom. Did go to the late game, but the tower is definitely falling for Longzhu.
25 kills in total over a 50-minute game. That's 1 kill every 2 minutes. And let's take a look at the damage. Maokai and Olaf almost touching, but Jin tying with Maokai for most damage in total.
Bang not having the best game of his career, but Prey on the other hand, I think I could call it. Prey's gonna get the MVP for this one. And Olaf, surprisingly, I didn't expect that much coming from Expression's Olaf. But then again, he is pretty prolific in terms of damage.
Yeah, it was quite interesting to see that top Olaf come into effect.
Now, I do want to make a personal disclaimer here that it is packed right now in the Nexon Arena. There's a lot of SKT fans, which means it's hard for me to interpret. So I am going to try my best.
Mm-hmm.
But I have to admit, I cannot hear a thing, Valdez. But no doubt, talking about the picks and bans, again, we see another instance where, you know, this supposed bigger team, SKT, leaves open Rengar for Longzhu to take, and Longzhu somewhat capitalizing on that. Crash had a great performance on that Rengar.
Well, it looks like we're going to take a look at a replay. So this was basically Bang's job in this game, is to throw arrows and then die. So he gets 1 kill, then he eventually dies.
And I remember the Korean commentators talking about this moment. They were saying it's like a spy movie where you jump on your original target, but then you realize that was not the original target all along. So SK Telecom starting off the engage with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but not finding the result they wanted.
So you can see SKT does take this Baron, but they pay 3 kills in total, I believe. Faker just disappears. And that was kind of the theme of Longzhu's composition. They just destroy one person and fight a 5v4. Faker getting caught out here. Wasn't the first time. And that's that combo of Echo Rengar, just making quick work of him. And I think this is the last fight. Take a look at Bang in the back. He eats a couple of shots. Fantastic accuracy.
That cleanse
look at that
time.
third one. It's unbelievable.
That cleanse time on Gorilla was actually really impressive once you see it in slow motion. It's almost like the arrow never hit in the first place.
Well, you could see it coming, so you have like an extra half second to be like, okay, this is about to hit me, and then your mind kind of gets that down. And then right as it hits you, you time it to proc your cleanse right then.
I like that little move, the fade away.
So we're going to be figuring out who the MVP is of this match. And yeah, Prey was really saving his curtain call in the beginning of the game, as LS was mentioning. But once it came down to the very important team fights, his accuracy is just unbelievable on that. And the Jin on that kind of player is very scary.
They don't call him Jin Jongin for nothing. Of course, his Korean name. So again, talking about Prey on the Korean Analyst Desk, talking about how Prey's accuracy helps Longzhu snowball into a gold lead, I believe.
So who will be the MVP of game number 1 for Longzhu? It is Prey. Binu, you called it. And I mean, it does make sense, because when it came down to the very important fights, this guy was doing just immense amount of damage with his accuracy on that curtain call. Crash had a pretty good game too. Was playing that Rengar just about as good as you can play. Had a couple of times where he would be the guy to start the fight and just destroy somebody immediately, whether it be Faker or Bang. Had his eyes open for that.
And the desk is saying that there has been a substitution as well, so we'll be looking at that.
Who's it gonna be?
Maybe BDD? Oh no, it's SKT side Blank coming on for Peanut.
Okay, this is kind of interesting. So Peanut, he didn't have the biggest effect in that last game, I have to say, on the Kazakhs. And so they're going to try to mix it up, play it perhaps a bit more passively with Blank in the jungle. Have him be the support player for Faker.
It is still the regular season, and you don't know what these players are practicing. You have no idea what they're going to bring. Maybe that's the change needed to bring SKT back in this series.
Could be, but that's going to do it for the analyst desk between games 1 and 2. Join us in a couple of minutes once again to go into game number 2 of Longzhu versus SKT. Welcome back to the 2017 LCK Spring. We just got done with our first game of the series, and Longzhu was able to take it. And it was a pretty close one. It went all the way down to 50 minutes. So a very long game at that, and SKT went down at the end of it all.
And coming into game number 2, we're going to have a substitution. Peanut is out and Blank is back in.
How do you feel about this, LS?
Don't really know how to feel about this. I feel like Blank is going to be a more supportive jungler, at least towards Faker, but he's definitely more in the middle rather than the extreme aggression or extreme safety. And we're going to have to see how that plays into it. And if you look at how SK Telecom has lost series in the past, even going back to LCK Summer 2016, they've always been susceptible to either very unique team compositions or split push compositions or globals or pseudo-global global comps. And so if Longzhu continues to draft in that direction, it has always been difficult for SK Telecom to stand up to stuff like that. And so now here in game number 2, we'll see what they do differently. But hopefully they draft in some sort of a direction rather than just basically picking all strong picks and then trying to go to the late game.
Well, it looks like Longzhu might want to mix this up right from the get-go. They're going to be banning Rise, and that means perhaps they will not be banning the big 3. And SKT is going to follow up with a Varus ban for ban 2 after Jace. So the second ban of Longzhu will definitely set the tone of what we might be seeing here.
Varus being banned away, and now we'll see. Okay, well, LeBlanc is standard. We might just end up getting to see Camille or Rengar make it through.
Bang, bang.
Cupid. It is Valentine's Day.
I think those are minions. They seem to really be in love with Bang. Not the only ones in the studio. And going down to the wire for this last ban, and it's Shen. Okay.
Shen as the final ban. Bang looking a little bit tired.
Too much of that streaming, you know.
Too much of that streaming. SKT is coming off Twitch after tonight's series, maybe.
It's the last time you guys see any of them. So this last ban is also quite interesting. Do they go with the Camille? And no, they want one of them. Is it going to be Camille or Rengar as they ban out Malzahar as the third ban?
And they take the Camille, and I do certainly think that is the stronger of the two. So now Crash is gonna get the Rengar yet again. Probably has to pick their AD carry here. So either...
See Jhin again?
Could see Jhin. Ashe is the soft counter. Prey does...
Prey is just so good on Jhin.
Yeah. So now this does set up for SK Telecom to respond with an Ashe pick.
But after we saw what happened with Ashe in that first game...
Probably want to go Ashe Zyra here and deny that, because one of the main reasons that SK Telecom was having trouble last game is they didn't have a very clear-cut way to deal with the engage tools.
That's not Ashe.
That's not Ashe indeed, but
it looks kind of like Ashe, but it's not her.
One of the things is that Bang is one of the best Ezreal players in the world, and with the physical damage already on Longzhu's team composition, he should be able to just go into the Iceborne Gauntlet rather than the Trinity Force. And now there's a Singed Hover. Okay, and now Kha'Zix.
Who's it gonna be? SKT definitely having trouble with their picks, going really down to the wire with you know, all the timers, and so they do pick up the Kha'Zix.
It seems like Coma is talking a lot right now.
There's a lot to say after that first game.
Now we'll have to see what Longzhu wants to respond with. They could just have taken the Zyra here and then opted to ban supports into the second pick or the second ban phase, but instead opting for the Renekton. Now we saw earlier tonight that this didn't work out so well for Smeb. Interested to see why Koreans are showing such a liking for this matchup. Didn't really seem to go so well earlier on. But now we're in the second ban phase, and there's the Cassiopeia ban.
Also the Echo ban out of SKT. They were not too happy with Fly on that Echo in game number 1. So much burst damage, a lot of mobility too to get onto their backline. So just want to take that out, not even give it to Fly. Last ban here for SKT, what's it gonna be?
Might just be the Aurelion Soul of Fly. There's no other really clear-cut bans that you would need to target now with. MF and Zyra are both still on the table. If one of those had been banned, then could have potentially banned the other. Zyra being taken away, and this is something that I feel is a little bit of a blunder in the pick ban so far by SKT. I feel like they really needed that Zyra, because now you're forced to pick Misfortune or Karma, and while Karma has a lot of synergy with Ezreal, she's not going to provide the same level of utility that a Zyra would have provided, and if you would pick the Misfortune, it just doesn't have any synergy at all.
And we kind of saw that in game 1. The Misfortune wasn't too much of you know, a factor in a lot of those fights, kind of just shooting into thin air at a lot of times. We do see the Corki is picked up here for Faker in the mid lane, and a Zillion for Fly. And that will be locked in, so it's going to be Zillion versus Corki.
Zillion versus Corki in the mid lane, and I gotta say that I really like Longzhu's team composition a lot more than SK Telecom's, just because, again, it has all of those gears that we talked about that work very well against SK Telecom. And SKT, they have, well, I don't know how to describe the top lane. I don't want to say that it's winning, but it is a Camille nonetheless. And they have the Corki in the mid lane against that Zillion pick. So there's lots of room for potential for SKT. And Ezreal, I feel like this is going to be a very perfect setup for him to just go into the Iceborne Gauntlet because of the Rengar and the Renekton and opt out of the Trinity Force. So we'll have to see what they can do here in game number 2.
SKT really needs to pull this around. Lots of different picks. They get Camille this time, having Corki too. With the Ezreal, that's a lot of poke they have on the side. Bringing in Blank instead of Peanut. They're switching it up, switching up that jungle player, and hoping that Blank can have a bit more of an impact in game number 2. So we're going to take a quick look at the compositions. We'll be jumping into the game shortly.
So a pretty, well, definitely a much more flexible team composition this time around for SKT. Eventually the Camille will be able to push back at Expression's Renekton, but this team comp is extremely aggressive and has a lot of mid-game spike. And SKT is going to need to be able to weather the storm there and sustain through it.
That Zillion skin is pretty crazy. Either way, guys, we're going to be jumping into game number 2 right now of Longzhu versus SKT.
This place stays the same. What we're gonna do in the pouring rain.
Welcome to game 2 of Longzhu versus SKT. SKT looking for something early with that Camille.
Have to be careful not to reveal themselves and give away what they're doing, and they have. Don't like the fact that Gorilla obviously made it aware that they knew that they were all there. I don't think that that was necessary. They potentially could have wasted a little bit more time, but wouldn't really matter too much in the end anyway. Support's trading some of that support item gold.
And
What
there
do you
was
think
a
of that
ward
chroma on that Debonair Ezreal?
I gotta get a closer look. They're not gonna give it to me.
They're not giving it to us.
Maybe in a bit. Well, we have grouping up around blue, as it looks like a blue start here for Blank.
Every time I see Corki, I think of Setzer, Final Fantasy 3 or Final Fantasy 6.
I never played either of those, actually.
I think of Setzer and I think of his airship. There it is. There's that Ezreal. What do you think of that?
He looks very dapper. You know what I mean?
No.
What?
He doesn't.
You don't like it, I assume then? Thanks, all right. So you were talking about the best Ezreal in the world. Well, he's
one of them.
Missed a couple of his Qs already. Oh, there's number 3. Sorry, Bang. I'm sure he'll get used to that just a bit here.
Well, in top lane, Expression taking some pretty unfavorable trades. Managed to get a nice little chunk right there, but he has to be really careful.
Level 2, and that's an ugly trade. That's what I feel like. Those were the trades that people took against Camille's before they knew what Camille really could do.
Actually got zoned out of one of the minions for sure. That's really brutal to have happen in just the first 2 waves. Expression really falling quite behind. Yeah, he's going to have to teleport here. Meanwhile, Gorilla and Prey basically just going even with Wolf and Bang in the bottom lane. And something that we can talk about as well is that Crash has a lot more accessibility this time around with who his laners are and being on that red side Rengar. Blank has a little bit more incentive than Peanut did last game to try to look for counter ganks.
You can see even a bit of counter jungling to start getting on the Krugs here. Right up near Fashion, who did use that teleport as you were talking about. Still just level 3 to the level 4, and uh-oh. Is he gonna face check that? That's a stun. Might force a flash here, and there it is, but it doesn't matter. First blood, flash for flash. Mooney getting first blood on that Camille.
First blood's absolutely gigantic, especially because of where it occurred and how it occurred. Expression doesn't have his teleport available to him, whereas Huni still has it. And with how the lane is right now, Huni might not even need to use the teleport to come back to the lane. And that would enable him to conserve it for better teleport a few minutes from now. It looks like he's not going to teleport back to the lane. So he's going to conserve that summoner spell, and that's going to give him a gigantic advantage up in that top lane. And so far, the Renekton pick not really doing too much.
Especially when you consider as later on it's not going to be that much of a factor. As we saw to Smeb, you know, Smeb was doing a much better job earlier on and then really fell off later. So here you can see him kind of just face checking here and getting punished.
Yeah, he was face checking. He didn't really have the HP to really deal with this. He goes flash for flash, and even if somehow Huni didn't have the damage to kill him, Blank certainly would have been able to follow that up.
Might have even been better. Give a assist, some assist gold over. Oh, these two are gonna run into each other. Go blow for blow and then just back off. So far in the mid lane, the Zillion versus Corki matchup, very different from the Syndra versus Echo matchup. Going a lot more even here, but Faker doing a bit of poke damage. Those two are going to pass each other, but Crash does get spotted on a ward, and Blank is going to go for it. He's level 4 to level 5. Just doing a bit of damage and not committing 100%.
Lots of poke damage coming out onto Gorilla here in bottom lane. Wolf doing a great job at that. Yeah. And now I think that all that Longzhu's waiting for is for Crash to hit that level 6 timing and then try to cause some chaos. It's on top of a ward right now. He wants to use that blasting plant, but you can see that Blank intentionally farming on the side of the map where it could be possible that he would be needed for a counter gank. Faker with a pretty cute recall right there.
But Fly sensing that he is recalling here, and Faker is going to come back as Fly using a bunch of mana to push that in heavily. Huni, I mean, he got first blood. He's ahead 15 CS. And it looks like Expression still wants to take the fight here. Going pretty hard. There's no junglers nearby, but still going to force Huni back. And this is pushing into Expression, so he's pretty happy to do that.
Is pushing into him indeed, and Crash did just get level 6. And you can see the way that Blank is actually pathing up to top lane. He's going straight for the lane And this is because he's probably anticipating Crash to come to top lane.
And you know what? Here we go. Anyway, he's going to jump on in. There's the stun and Expression. He doesn't have his flash, and down he goes. And that's going to be a kill going to Blank this time with the assist going to Huni.
Really wasn't anticipating that. And Crash almost looked like he had no intention of even coming top lane. A little bit peculiar. He got the level 6 off the golems, but then opted into taking his red anyway. A little bit of a pathing error. Doesn't matter so much now. Faker gonna get the blue buff, be able to return to mid lane, and this is gonna enable Blank now to go into farming mode. And even though Crash is up on him 2 levels, the top lane is basically really problematic. Camille getting out of control.
Yeah, it's gonna be the fight of overpowered champions. Camille versus Rengar. Who can carry the team harder? Well, Camille is already on 1-0-1, whereas Rengar just 0-0-0. And Camille more of a hard carry, perhaps. Blank is spotted, his red was taken. Kind of sad for him running through an empty jungle. Might look for something bot, or might just decide to go for a recall. Looks like he will recall.
See, there's about a 300 gold difference between the junglers. Up in top lane, about 800. Fran Gorilla basically just having a pretty even lane down there with Bang and Wolf. And now Fly is gonna, oh, okay. Well, Fly's gonna get the blue buff now. Head over to mid lane, and Crash, level 8. Blank level 6. Rubber banding will help out with that a little bit.
Look at the trades right now against Expression. He's forced to ult here. He's trying to turn it around, and maybe this is where that Renekton power comes against. Also, there was a giant wave against Huni, and he's going to have a stun here in a bit. Going to force, actually, a teleport out of Fly, and Faker trying to pull it in here. Can Fly come in with the speed boost? Huni's got to get away. It looks like he will. Uh-oh, Prey in a bit of bad spot here. He does miss that flash, and down he will go. Bang! Oh, he's taking a ton of damage from the plants, and the flash in. One more hit will do it, forcing the exhaust off. And Gorilla is going to root him. Will he get away? That's really the big question here. I don't think he should, especially with Blank on his tail, and there it is. Another kill going over to Blank, who is now 3-0 on that Kha'Zix.
Blank gets yet another kill. Now he's up to 3, as you did just mention, and I feel like they could have potentially had the opportunity to just get the Ocean Drake right there, but not really prioritizing it too much. Faker
who wants that anyway?
Shoving in the wave, and it looks like they're just trying to secure some vision control, and that was a huge turn of events for SKT. Huni almost went down in top lane. Faker not quite able to get Expression, but they did get the teleport out of Fly while all of that was happening. And we can just see how this unfolds, where Prey didn't have any vision and just got caught out right there, deleted right away. And then Gorilla ends up flashing, didn't quite have the damage to kill Bang, uses the exhaust to get into the range to slow him down, autos him, but then he ended up going down just a few seconds later.
So he returned to this top fight as Crash is looking nearby for an opportunity, and there he comes. Can he get the stun? The flash is going to go off for Huni. He's going to try to jump the wall here, but there comes the Rengar, and he does get the kill. And now Blank's around. Keep in mind he is 3-0, but going 1v2, especially with Fly nearby, could be a mistake. Not quite going to land that bomb. He's at full health, so does get away.
Looks like a little bit of miscommunication there, though, with Fly having been en route. A little bit confused as to why they didn't persist on chasing Blank. Even if they go 1-for-1 at that point, it's still going to be advantageous for them, given that Blank had a shutdown gold inside of him. Nonetheless, though, the gold gap has closed to just about 500. And Expression actually ahead up in top lane, although Huni does have the Trinity Force.
Faker sees something explode in the jungle. He's like, no, I want no part in that. I'm going to go back to mid, farm up. Look at that. You can see Bang and Karma just doing so much poking. Oh boy, Corky, he's having a field day in mid. Going to force Fly to head back home. And that might just give the Ocean Drake over to SKT, as there's really no pressure here. Jin is super low. Zillion in the mid is super low, so they're both forced back. And Plank just going to take this even in the vision of Longzhu.
Pick up the Ocean Drake for his team. Next dragon of the game is Mountain. That's going to be one that both teams will certainly want. Huni might be able to take the red buff. They don't have any intel on where Crash could be, though. Should be able to just take that away, yeah.
And he's going to jump onto Huni too. The exhaust, thankfully, will be there, but here comes Renekton. They're not done. The flash over the wall by Crash. Oh, he just barely misses the bolas.
Wow, he missed 2.
Yeah, oh boy. And, had he gotten those, it looks like he should still be able to get that really nice stun out of Zillion, and down he does go. And look at bottom lane. Gonna trade a kill here. Go 1 for 1, but Longzhu's not done. Trying to get onto Baker here, trying to do that burst damage, but not enough. 1v2. And down he goes as well.
And the Rengar pick doing work right now for Longzhu, but SKT should be able to get the first blood turret here. I don't think that they're really in a race, so they're going to give all the gold over to Bang. Just try to accelerate him here into the mid game, because he's going to be such a crucial part of SK Telecom's ability to resist. Huni actually using the teleport.
Well, you can see that Rengar is pretty low, but just forced to back off. And Blank was just a little bit too far away to turn that into anything.
So you can see this replay here, and Crash obviously having the smite. It's not even going to be a contest to get the red. Fly couldn't quite get in range in time to stun, and now the camera shifts down to bottom lane. You can see that Blank almost went down to Gorilla and his plants, and Prey, try as he might to do some nice jukes, ultimately went down in the end anyway.
Yeah, had some pretty nice ones, but...
And then it went up to top lane with Faker. One-way trip. All the way back to the fountain right there. And then they end up trading towers, but SK Telecom, the team to get the first blood turret. So right now, I mean, when you're at this stage of the game, bottom lane's basically been opened up and secured. There's no dragon, so now you can rotate Bang to mid lane and try to directly attack Fly and Crash, and demand that Crash direct his focus to mid, and then just try to stall out the game until Ezreal and Corky can begin to scale up, and then also your Camille.
They really want to get another kill onto Huni, but there is a control ward that spots both Expression and Crash. That awkward moment. Gonna clear that out and just push out the top. And Huni just gonna go back home. Expression does have a full level on Huni as well.
Expression and Crash both ahead of their opponents here. Not exactly, okay, Zillion's not stockpiling too much experience with this passive. SKT having quite a difficult time actually shoving waves into this mid turret here. Zillion's wave clear proving to be very effective, and Fly itemizing a lot of CDR already.
Could definitely come into effect later on. He is going to be the main source of wave clear. Him and Zyra, I suppose. Jin has a okay amount. Renekton if he gets close enough, but going against Baron Buff, it's going to be hard. We're going to have another trade here in top. Expression wants this one. Ooh. Popping that ult, nice dodge, but allows Huni to get far enough away. And nice move by Gorilla, just checking that brush. They're going to stick around. They really want to go onto this, and Crash is going to get exhausted. There come the Zyra ultimate, and up goes Blank, and down he comes again. So no kills, but a forced ultimate from Zyra.
And meanwhile, I'm not entirely sure what Longzhu's waiting for to try to coordinate team fights. Maybe that Prey just trying to let him continue to scale up. And interestingly enough, actually, Bang is heading into the Trinity Force instead of the Iceborne Gauntlet, even though this is a really great scenario for Iceborne.
very interesting. And this is also a nice play by SKT. They're going to sneak the Rift Herald. There is no vision. Nobody has any idea on the side of Longzhu. If they did, they just let them have it. And it's going to go on to Huni here. We got Mountain Drake spawning in about 25 seconds. Would be pretty nice for both teams here.
Oh, Fly taking a lot of damage from that poke. SK Telecom setting up very well now for the Mountain Drake, and this is basically what they need to do. Even if they don't end up getting the Mountain Drake, it should open up the window of opportunity for Huni to be able to get that top tier 1 turret. And additionally, they could even try to manipulate Longzhu into coming into the river and then using that as a window to get mid-tier 1 if they could just zone them out right around the area that Faker's in right now.
Oh, Gorilla eating so much damage. That might be the key for them to go on in. Faker going deep. Gonna force the heal out of Prey to save Gorilla's life, but this might just get everybody out. And look at this, Huni coming in the back. There's gonna be an exhaust on him, but can Gorilla get away? No, he will not. Huni even burning that flash, but Bang is the one to pick up the kill. Prey, kind of a desperate curtain call here, is going to be jumped upon by Huni and should go down immediately. But look at the damage out of Crash. Can he commit to a kill here? It looks like he will survive, but Blank very low too. Huni eventually picks up that kill. Expression now very low, coming in a bit later. Dodging that true shot barrage, but will eventually go down. Nice stun and damage, and look at that, Expression with the Zillion ultimate. Not going to be able to pick up any kills, and down he will go. So a nice team fight win by SKT.
Huge team fight win by SK Telecom. They're going to be able to reward themselves with the Mountain Drake. Although Faker trying to dance a little bit more with Fly. Fly does have teleport and flash, so Flash is away there. He could teleport down to the Dragon if SKT take too long with starting it. Crash is about to be back up, doesn't have his ultimate available yet to him. And Gorilla got the blue buff, actually. Okay. So now SK Telecom trying to be too greedy, going for kills there onto Fly, have now actually lost position on the Mountain Drake. And so even though they ended up winning the team fight, their positioning now is horrendous for trying to contest this Drake. And that should mean that it goes over to Longzhu unless Huni gets a really good flank.
It's with the purpose that they played those plays, it almost makes me think, were they trying to get Longzhu to come in here and try to take the Dragon so they can force another fight? But either way, I guess they just group up again and take it for themselves. So it doesn't look like Longzhu wants to get anywhere near this Drake, so they're gonna just hand it on over to SKT.
Looks like Longzhu didn't want to entertain the possibility of another immediate team fight. And they didn't have any intel on what was below them to the bottom right. So that could have potentially played into dissuading them from attempting to burst down the Mountain Drake there. Only one Mountain Drake though. And the next Dragon of the game is another Ocean Drake, so if you're looking at it from SK Telecom's perspective, not the worst Drake, given that they already have one, but not the best either. Trinity Force now completed for Bang, and he picks up a Quicksilver Sash. It's going to make it that much more difficult for Fly to lock him down or Crash. And we can just take a quick look at this replay here. Huni didn't put his attention on Gorilla right away, instead opted for trying to get onto Prey. That actually gave enough time for Prey to get away, cast the curtain call, and then when Crash came in, Exhaust was casted. A very good time, and Expression not able to quite pick up the kill onto Blank as fast as he would have liked. Fly just at the last second able to get the ultimate off onto Expression, but they didn't have enough damage to finalize anything. But then after this, Huni and Faker ended up wasting a lot of time trying to chase down Fly. They got his flash, but delayed the Drake.
Uh-oh, Faker's in a bit of trouble, has to dodge these shots, still might be in a bit of trouble, forced to exhaust here, already used Valkyrie, and there's Flash. Crash rather, and down goes Faker after using his flash right before he died. So kind of a bit of desperation there too, and down goes Faker.
Fly trying his best to defend against this, and he will. But Huni, wow, look at the damage that tower takes.
Yeah. One Mountain Drake and a fed Camille.
Okay.
Yeah, goodbye tower.
Tower went down so fast, and now SK Telecom trying to get any sort of vision control over left side river, as Baron is the next major objective, and having a Mountain Drake right now and that Corki and Ezreal, they should be able to shred it quite quickly. And I'm not entirely sure if Expression can actually deal with Huni's Camille now at this point in the game, but I am very unfamiliar with the matchup and how it plays out.
Camille should be holding a bunch of gold, but it looks like even so, he's thinking about a fight, but then backs off. So it doesn't seem like Huni himself is confident to take the fight just yet. Wants to recall in a different position. Okay, he's gonna go back into the lane. So moving into the red side jungle now is SKT. Wants to get some deep wards down. They've had zero luck pushing mid against Zilean, as is the way of things.
Looks like Fly is just trying to get a little bit more gold for the Leandri's Torment. I really like that he's itemizing into that. Void Staff wouldn't give him the best of damage output against the way that SKT is itemizing. Abyssal Scepter, not an item that you would want to put onto Fly. Leandri's next best thing. The only other alternative here would be Luden's Echo.
Edge of Night, pretty good item. Trying to open that up, see if they can jump onto Prey, but Crash and Gorilla are nearby. Have to be extremely careful. There's the curtain call. Bang is making his way up the river too, but it looks like SKT wants no part of this fight. They're all just backing on off. So just gonna burn that curtain call.
Burns the curtain call, and Fly now recalled. Has the teleport available to him as well if he wants to start trying to split or maybe picking up farm in the side waves, but has the Leandries. And Prey recalling now. Picks up another serrated dirt, some control wards. Everyone's picking up control wards now on Longzhu. And all that they're going to want to do is continuously keep turtling and stalling out the game. It's going to be extremely unlikely for SK Telecom to invest in a lot of magic resistance, and that means that the longer that the game goes, the stronger that Fly is going to get. Zilean already has absurd base damage on those bombs as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to do an incredible amount of burst damage onto pretty much anyone who gets near him. Like, anyone on the side of SKT, even Camille, who's going basically only armor at this point, also has Ninja Tabby. And still just clearing out the wards around here. Fly is in control. He is the master of the mid lane. No one will ever push that lane, ever. He can see the future with that giant clock on his back. He's like, no, you guys will not push. Although they're attempting to, again. Not sure how that's going to work out.
It's pretty obnoxious for SKT. Oh, Huni!
Oh, boy.
What, is he caught in the shop?
It looks like he's caught. Maybe window shopping, and down he goes. Very, very unfortunate to be caught in that manner. And now with the curtain call, it doesn't look like they want to commit here, but just doing a bit of damage, perhaps to open up another objective. And I mean, it's an Ocean Drake that's about to spawn, so I guess. But maybe they can go for a turret in mid or something like that. Looks like they will commit to the Ocean Drake, though.
Yeah, they're going to get the Ocean Drake because you don't want to give SK Telecom two of them. And on top of that, okay. On top of that, the other thing is another dragon will end up spawning. Didn't quite get to take a peek of what the next Drake is. Especially not quite able to raise the bottom tier 1 turret. Seems like another Ocean Drake is actually going to spawn.
Really? I was hoping maybe they just hadn't updated the CG, but looks like it is an Ocean Drake. So, Blank's caught Gorilla here, forcing the exhaust off. But here comes Crash, putting out a bit of damage on the opposite side.
Did get his exhaust. And now it looks like Gorilla's actually very close to getting the Leandre's Torment as well. Picks up the Blasting Plant. And SK Telecom probably going to be able to finally get the top tier 1 turret here. Faker not going to really be able to go too aggressive on Prey. And if you're Longzhu, all that you really need to do is make sure that you turtle your red side jungle now. And via the curtain call, you can really easily dissuade SKT from attempting any sort of Baron. Mid turret is still extremely healthy. Faker trying to poke, and Huni found his way on the fly.
Yeah, he's going to force that ultimate out, and this will come in. Very nice route there by Zyra. Can they get anything off the back of it? It doesn't look like it. Actually, Huni is still going deep, going to get Zyra in the end there. And now still going on in. Everybody on Longzhu is extremely low. He does get Expression here, and he's going to stun him out. Nice bit of burst damage coming out of Wolf, and Bang 2 going to pick up another kill. Down go 2 of them. It looks like they may rotate towards Baron now.
Does look like they are going to rotate towards Baron, and they are going to start it. Crash is alive. Fly, though, going to have to teleport here if he wants to, so the teleport's coming through, but I think it's going to be too late. Doesn't matter. SKT pick up the Baron. They have about a 7,000 gold lead now.
This is looking like the SKT we know and love. Able to convert rather. Good plays. You can see Fly, you know, he was too obsessed with holding the mid lane. Goes down.
A little bit too far forward. Huni able to come in from the backside and force his ultimate out. And that meant that he didn't have it to give to Crash. Otherwise, Crash could have certainly gone a lot more aggressive. Camille ultimate came out, trapping Expression in. And then you can see Bang able to arcane shift forward and finish up that fight, basically. And they convert that into the Baron. And now Longzhu on the defensive.
Didn't look like Gorilla had a chance to cast his ultimate in that fight too. If he got the route into ultimate, perhaps knocking a bunch of them up would have had a better effect. And you can see the amount of damage that Huni does to turrets. And with the Baron buff, he's getting a very nice push off. Having 2 people forced to respond to that tier 2. And still might not be able to stop it as Gorilla backs off. What happened to Expression's health? I didn't see it leave. It's gone. It's nowhere to be found. Well, it looks like they're trying to zone them out, but Redemption, Wolf stands in the front, eats all that curtain call damage, and that should be another turret going over to SKT.
Another turret and a 10,000 gold lead now. As SK Telecom are basically all but inside of the base. Looks like Huni is going completely uncontested up in top. Expression doesn't really have the ability to duel with him, and now Faker gonna escort the bottom wave into the bot tier 2 turret. And even if Longzhu wanted to go aggressive, they don't have the ultimate on Crash, so they can't close the ground and get onto Bang or Wolf, even if they wanted to.
As you were saying before, you weren't sure about this matchup, but it really looks like Expression is having a very rough time stopping this Camille. I mean, look at that burst damage. It just disappears. Forced to ult to just come into the wave and clear it out. What about the next one? Faker's down in bot, doing a nice 1-3-1. They can't stop all these waves, and all these turrets are getting lower and lower as we speak.
This is working really well because of how far ahead SKT is right now. Longzhu doesn't have a real response to this. Faker not quite able to get the bottom turret. Ends up backing off and recalling. That doesn't matter. It was a successful Baron nonetheless. Ocean Drake coming up in about a minute here. Edge of the Night now completed for Blank. And it looks like his next item probably going to move into Guardian Angel.
Looks like it. And what is the play here for Longzhu? They need to get some really good engage onto someone in the front, maybe catch Faker or Bang. But the problem with that is both of those carries are extremely mobile. Kha'Zix is also. All of them have, you know, leaps, essentially. It's very hard to find a way to jump onto this team and catch them unawares. And especially when they're this far ahead, you have to get a fight that's in your favor. You're not going to win 5v5. So just Turtle for now. Hopefully SKT can't get too far ahead with the objectives. They're probably pretty happy that this is an Ocean Drake and not a different one. And for now, for SKT, it looks like they're going to continue with what they were doing while they had Baron, which is just 1-3-1. Slowly pushing the waves all at the same time and force Longzhu to try to make a defense.
A little bit surprised that they're not removing Ocean Drake sooner just to get the Elder Dragon clock on.
Yeah.
Instead, they're choosing to be a little bit less safe and just trying to open up the base so that they can begin to get inhibitors down.
You can see that Huni is forcing a big response. Look at 4 members go up top, and Huni just jumps back. Now we're going to have a rotation from SKT too, and they're forcing a 4v4 now, which Longzhu can't win. Zilean coming over, but here's Faker. Expression getting extremely low, and there's going to be the first inhibitor. Now Faker just going to pop that turret super fast, and it looks like the bottom turret went down too, and everything is falling apart in the base of Longzhu. Here we come from behind. Crash trying to burst down Faker, not able to do so. Prey in the back. We'll get Zilean ulted. Huni is just wrecking house right now in the back lines, and everybody's going to be destroyed. And that should be game number 1 going over to SKT. Gorilla, no hope for him. This is the Camille show at this point. Everybody going to go down. That is a full-on 5-0 ace as SKT come back with a message in game number 2 that they are not to be messed with in this series.
Yeah. This game a lot cleaner from SKT, basically just decimating Longzhu as the game continued to go on. Everything was extremely clean from the mid to late game transition, and there was basically no breathing room, and I was really worried that the team composition that they were up against was going to pose a lot more of a threat than it did, but they stabilized across the board, and it was just a very clean transition. And even though Huni was beginning to fall behind and have some problems on the Camille, he recovered, and it ultimately was an excellent performance.
Gorilla feeling the pressure, getting a little bit sweaty in the booth. And Expression on the Renekton, not the easiest time against Camille up in the top lane. And, well, we've seen Camille do pretty well against Renekton so far. A couple of times we've been able to see it. And the question remains, will teams still leave this Camille up? Just let it go through.
Well, I would think that the answer should be no. I don't see any reason why anyone would ever handshake on the Rengar-Camille trade. Doesn't seem worth it. Camille just seems way too much better than Rengar. And she fits into more team compositions than Rengar does. Rengar really tunnels your team comp. And we'll see what happens in game number 3. I don't expect to see them make it through the pick ban, but could always be super surprised. So we're going to head to the analyst desk. Stick around for that. Then after that, we'll have game number 3 to conclude the night.
Welcome back to the analyst desk here with me, Valdez, and Vinu. We're going to go over what happened in game number 2 as SKT able to tie it up.
So heading straight into the match result. This time a different picture, I think. SK Telecom, the gold generated, tells the whole story, and I think it was a excellent example of how to close out a game.
Yeah, they, Fly getting caught in mid, kind of just all snowballed after that, but also Camille getting a very nice small snowball early on in the game, and you could see just how much damage she was doing towards the end of it. It had the most damage by far.
I feel like we're kind of going back to our original formula early on in the season, talking about Camille, Rengar, and LeBlanc. Crash did get his LeBlanc or his Rengar in the second set again, but Huni got his Camille, and the damage graph tells the story.
Yes, don't leave Camille up. Ban Camille. That's the message being sent across the world right now.
Captain
LCK.
Jack talking about the laning phase. And just to add to that point about Camille, Expressions Renekton did not have an early, lead or did not have a good time against Camille at all. One of the first plays or points of the game that we focused on was that horrible trade at level 1, and then he had to use his teleport, and then he got I can't even call it a gank because Huni got the kill on his own.
Just some moral support from Blank. Huni padding his KDA stats.
Now talking about Bang's Ezreal pick, he did have a lot of other choices open, such as Ashe, but he chose not to go for Ashe, and the trade-off is pretty clear, right? With Ashe, you have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, so you have some crowd control or engage, but he chose to go for the Ezreal, and he did kind of justify it. So just to recap, some of the highlights from set 2 coming up. Most likely centered around Bang's Ezreal and Huni's Camille.
Huni himself trading Flash for Flash, getting the kill.
I mean, in this situation, I guess you could take consolation in the fact that you did get Blank's Flash as well. But then after that, this is the second death of the game, and it really sets the tone for the whole laning phase.
And Gorilla just kind of face-checking a brush there, starting off this fight. So just small mistakes here and there really snowball all of these fights. And Huni already fed, able to get into the back line like this when the fight started so badly to begin with. Just not a good formula for Longzhu at this point.
I noticed Huni doing this every once in a while. When he jumped into Gorilla and Prey, he kind of disregarded Gorilla, even though he was just one hit away from death. And I think that shows a lot of trust. I think that shows a lot of confidence in your teammates.
Nice bit of burst, but the stun coming out is enough. And this is a fantastic flank from Huni. It was that fight into this fight that really kind of just got the game out of control for Longzhu. They were just too far behind. There was no follow-up Zyra ultimate from here. He couldn't knock anyone up even after the fantastic root. Lots of damage onto Faker, but Huni is just out of control at this point. And just doing so much damage. Bang in the back, just low-key, Q after Q after Q, getting all that backline damage done. Where they tried to burst down Faker. Didn't work. They were too far behind at that point. You can see Expression coming in from behind too.
Huni just making life miserable for that backline of Longzhu, and
oh boy.
I wouldn't be surprised to see it banned this next game.
Yes, please. Blank also coming in as the substitute did quite well. I would expect him to stay in because of that. I don't think we'll have any sub here. And that's what it looks like is going to happen. Let's take a look at the MVP. It is going to be Huni on the Camille.
The ongoing meme with Huni is that can he play tanks, can he play DPS champions, but at this point I think it's safe to say he could play both quite well.
Very versatile. Lots of picks that he can go with. He's shown fantastic Poppy in the past. Great Maokai, very solid. Camille, once he gets it, I mean, if he gets that far ahead, you can tell he really knows how to abuse level 2. And it's just how to get into the back line and where the strength of Camille lies. And he's doing a good job. So really got to hand it to him. But we are going to be going into another 2-minute break very shortly before we get into game number 3 of Longzhu Gaming versus SK Telecom T1. So join us in just a few for that last game of the night. Welcome back to LCK 2017 Spring. SKT have tied it up in Game 2 to even the score to 1-1. It's going to come down to this last game, and the theme has been ban Camille, because all the teams that get it seem to do very well.
Yeah, you certainly should be banning Camille, because not a very big fan of the Camille Rengar handshake. Don't think that it really benefits the team that ends up getting Rengar, and there's just no reason to really let her through. We have seen time and time again that even if there are some matchups that are able to contend with her early on, maybe for the first 2 core items, once she begins to hit 3 and 4 items, it just seems like no contest across the board. And so we'll see what Longzhu can do here today. Now, they have blue side for game number 3, SKT on the red side.
Yeah, so it's going to be in the hands of SKT to see if we get to see that Camille ban, or maybe just let Rengar through alone this time once again. Let's see if they mix it up at all. Rise to start.
Rise getting banned away from Faker. And this serves multiple purposes because it does mean that SK Telecom do have to entertain the Aurelion Soul pick later on. SKT, though, do have the counter pick available to them. Malzahar being banned away. And there's Camille. So SK Telecom already off to a great start here in the ban phase.
Last time, I think they banned out Varus after Longzhu banned out Jace. Or something else. Not 100% sure about Longzhu's third ban in game 1. Ezreal.
Ezreal now being banned away from SKT.
Respect to Bang.
The final ban. Oh, SKT taking a little bit on this. They might actually just leave the Rengar up.
That's what they did in game 1. They might want to take away Varus. Do they do it again? That's the question. 8 seconds left. Echo. That's pretty interesting, because now Varus and Rengar are up, and now Longzhu have to make a decision.
So now Longzhu take the Rengar. SKT here now.
That's the other pick that's available is Jace. Just being covered here. We saw Faker play it on Sunday, I believe. Series
Probably.
number 1.
All right, so they do lock in the Jace, and with Varus being on the table, they should lock that in on red side. Yep. There it is. Wow. And they do lock it in. So now Longzhu, if you're looking at it, Ashe is still available. Oh! Draven hover. They did this last game, they hovered it.
Crash being a bit cheeky. Sivir. If they want to go heavy engage.
If they want to go all in against SKT, then yeah, they could go Sivir Karma here for a super hyper aggressive team composition. And the problem here is I almost feel like this forces SK Telecom to ban away the Aurelion Soul in the second part of the ban phase, as Aurelion would play very well with the composition that Longzhu's already drafted thus far. Not wanting to give away too much of their team composition, it looks like they're just going to take the Kazakhs right now. And that's primarily because Longzhu doesn't really have too much to worry about right now going into the second ban phase. So they easily could have elected to ban out that Kazakhs and force SK Telecom onto an Elise or a Graves pick, but not so certain that Blank could play that. So there's the Aurelion Soul ban, or at least a highlight should be banned away.
It's going to be interesting to see what Longzhu decides to focus their bans on. Still no support picked for SKT, but it looks like they want to ban out Cassiopeia first.
Going back to game 1, yep, there's the Olaf that could be put up into the top lane.
Or Expression.
One of the problems here, though, is that SK Telecom, they might pick the Shen, but the Shen is an option for Longzhu if it's handed back over to them. Longzhu, with not a lot of CC, might want to just ban away the Katarina. They did that earlier.
Maokai, another pick that we've seen a lot in other series.
See Maokai or Nami here. Nami. As a response to the Karma. That seems to be the current trend inside of Korea. The only other options for support that are remaining is the Zyra and the Misfortune, but while Zyra would serve a pretty good purpose here against Longzhu's team composition, Nami is able to fulfill almost the same role, but provide a lot more utility during the laning phase and supporting the jungler. So now Longzhu actually going for the Maokai.
Fantastic disengage too with the tidal wave out of Maokai, or out of Nami. So if they begin to charge at you, you just kind of throw that out there, say, okay, no, get away from me. So Maokai coming in, and what will be the mid laner?
might just be another Zillion pick because there's no other major mid lane champion that would synergize with raw straight-on aggression that's remaining. Echo already banned away, Aurelion Sol banned away, Cassiopeia banned away, Ryze banned away. And if you think of Fly and what his champion pool offers, I mean, I guess you could go Orianna there if you really want to. But then you're gonna find yourself between a rock and a hard place at certain points in the laning phase, depending on how Faker and Blank would choose to play it. SKT elect to use their final pick on Rumble.
No tank on their side, but a hell of a lot of damage. That is for sure, but still they have to be very careful about that all-in composition of Longzhu.
SKT, lots of poke, lots of long range, and also because they are red side, they have the luxury of the red side Varus stall. In addition to the fact that they have Jace as well, it's going to be very difficult for Longzhu to find a way to try to get a Baron. And depending on what the Drake spawns are, it could prove difficult where it will come down to a situation that's similar to game number 1, except this time they won't have the luxury of the Olaf adding a clock to SK Telecom via the split push.
I love how active Koma is in the booth. Right up until the time where he's forced out, he's like saying everything with a ton of passion to every person that he needs to say, okay, you're doing this, make sure you're doing this, okay, Huni, make sure you're okay in the top lane over here, don't get ganked, nothing like that. So really trying to spread all the information that he can down to the wire. And this means a lot. I mean, we already saw one Titan team get upset in KT earlier on today, getting 0-2'd by MVP. Now will we see SKT potentially go down in a 3-game series? It's definitely possible.
And so one final look at the team compositions here. SK Telecom has a lot of potential to open up the game big in mid lane or even top lane this time around. And they are fortunate enough to have the red side Kha'Zix playing directly into those 2 lanes.
So guys, let's jump into game number 3 right now. Longzhu versus SKT going into the Rift.
This place stays the same. What we're gonna do in the pouring rain.
Welcome to game 3, LZ versus SKT.
Both teams just fanning out. Nothing like game number 2 happening. Support's trading a little bit of the support gold early on. We're gonna have to see if Blank actually starts on the Raptor camp.
Looks like it, he's hanging around there. But no support just yet. Rumble just poking in his head. He was spotted by a ward up top.
Now is Expression actually gonna come down and help Crash start on the Wraith camp. And again, all that this does is it makes it a lot more difficult to read the jungle routes for both teams. Creates a lot more, well, it's just a lot more versatile. Faker now actually coming in. He's gonna maybe try to, well, yeah, he did.
I think he got a couple of those. It's pretty cute.
Yeah, and that means that Crash did not actually get level 2 when he should have, but now he does. Moving over to the red now. And if Wolf and Bang aren't careful and if they shove in too hard, never mind, looks like Prey actually just gonna shove the lane, so it doesn't look like there's gonna be any communication there to have Crash move down to bottom lane.
We've seen that before. Got to be very careful about that. Level 2, gank.
So Blank actually doing Raptor camp into red, into blue, not going for the full-on clear. And this might be due to the fact that Prey and Gorilla were showing intent to constantly shove, but a little bit strange now that Wolf and Banger shoving and zoning out their opponents. Feel like Blank could have been a little bit greedier with his route. Crash moving up to top lane, gonna see the golems. Huni getting a ward on blue. He's gonna know that something's up. Something doesn't make sense.
And he didn't actually ward, but he did spot it. He's like, okay, something is wrong, and as the Korean casters are even saying, very dangerous for him right now. As Crash looking to potentially come from behind, has the red buff. Huni playing it pretty safely so far. And here he comes. Gonna be a flash into Twisted Advance, and how can Huni get out of this one? Gotta be so careful. There's the red buff. Does get that down, and there's the flash over the wall. What? Fantastic one, but flash into the breast by Crash. Is he gonna go for it? One more hit will do it, and he does get it. First blood by Crash.
That was really close. I actually almost thought that Huni had managed to get away there, but not quite. First blood now going over to Crash. Rengar, not the champion you want to be getting first blood if you're SKT. Meanwhile, Blank not able to find anything down in bottom. Does take away the golems, though, from Crash, who's now going to get the blue buff.
Oh, Faker's going on in and forcing the flash at least. So winning that trade can push in that mid wave. Get a nice recall. You could even see the farm in mid lane already is 14 to 26.
You see how this ends up happening. Expression not wasting any time, just flashes in there immediately. Huni tries to get over to this part of the wall, flashes over, and then you can see that Crash almost actually messed up the flash, but using the brush mechanics was able to get back onto Huni and finalize the kill there. Meanwhile, in mid lane, Faker at quite a big CS lead, having his way with Fly in mid.
Not the first time. I love the way he zones. The second he hits level 2, he's like, okay, I dare you to come close to the wave. I'm just going to combo you. I'm Jace. I have a much better level 2. You just dodge the bombs with your gate, and it's like, okay, I'm fine. And Faker hasn't gone back yet, so he's still sitting here doing pretty well and making it very hard. Look at all those range minions were in a really awkward spot for him. Might have to use another bomb to clear those out.
Crash now looking to make something happen. Blank just sort of keeping tabs on where Crash could be. He's going to end up running into him right here, but fortunately for him, he's not in range when Crash did touch the bush. Now they know that the control ward's there.
And unfortunately, they can't really get on in there and take out the control ward because Fly is forced to go back home. And keep in mind, he's already used that teleport to get back to lane and is still behind Faker quite considerably. 15 CS still. Faker is pushing that in. And I'm seeing a bit of a trade here as Huni hits 6 first, but not quite able to convert into a kill.
Quite able to indeed, and mid and top lane for SKT winning quite handily in the CS department. And this is partly what I was talking about earlier, where, you know, Blank had the ability to cause a lot of chaos and snowball that it would be extremely difficult for Longzhu to find a way to stabilize if that had started happening. And bottom lane has been pretty passive for the most part. Not a lot of action coming out for either side. But once Crash has his level 6, which he does right now, and if he ever does move his way down there, certainly some potential for plays to happen.
You see the way that Faker moves forward and forces out bombs, trying to get Fly to, you know, use those cooldowns, use that mana, and uh-oh, Crash, he's been spotted running inside. He's just gonna get caught out here. Trying to jump onto him, and there he goes. So that's going to be the kill. And Crash, a bit of a mistake, and now, uh-oh, Fly in a bit of trouble. Able to get that stun out, but still getting very low in that mid lane.
Fly getting very low indeed, but Faker not having any of the mana available to him to take that trade much further, even though he had activated his ghost. We're going to take another look at the replay. So Crash coming into Blank's red side jungle, but didn't have any intel beforehand to really make this decision on if it would be good or bad. Finds out that it's bad really quick.
Gets straightened up real quick there. Making it look easy. Nice job by Prey to eat that. Get some mana back. Special. Taking a trade here while Huni can't really cast the spells.
CS gap continues to just get wider in mid and top, and when your team composition is intended and designed to run over the opponents and create lots of advantages early on and transition into the mid game with that to roll them over, and you're behind and on the back foot, you can't really feel too good about that.
I've been very impressed by Faker's Jace play. Really just knows how to abuse that champion in mid lane. Against a multitude of matchups so far. I'd like to see him in others in the future. Crash may have been spotted going on in there, but there will be no test.
Looks like he's handing the blue off. It looks like he's taking it.
Oh, and look at this. Tons of damage coming out. Even the tidal wave forcing out the teleport from Maokai. Keep in mind, Huni still has his, and Blank's around to maybe follow this up. It doesn't look like it, but the bot lane will be pushed out. The teleport is forced. And so a big lead given over to SKT here, as they may even get first blood turret as well.
Yeah, SK Telecom just look like they're steamrolling this game. They're certainly going to get first blood turret here. Don't know if they're just going to single-handedly give it only to Bang. No, it looks like it's going to be split between Wolf and Bang.
Hefty chunk of gold. You have a Cloud Drake as the first Drake of the game.
I'm gonna pick that up right now. Not the best dragon at this point, especially not with the accelerated early game.
Mountain Drake is next. So about 2,000 gold ahead is SKT. They get the first blood turret. Both mid and top are ahead. They get a Cloud Drake. If they can expand on those, they'll be moving around the map very, very fast.
Mountain Drake will actually be of a lot of use to SKT. Not just to shred the Baron, but also to fight back against Fly's ability to stall out the game with his wave clear. Any little bit of extra damage that you can get onto the turrets will prove to be very useful. A little bit surprised to see that they haven't rotated Bang and Wolf into the mid lane yet, especially given the fact that Fly wasn't given a blue buff, doesn't have the ability to just endlessly sustain, and it would just open up Faker and his ability to then just move into the side lanes. But you could easily keep Faker, Wolf, and Bang in mid here. Oh, he does have the blue buff.
Interesting. Maybe he was about to kill it and then said, okay, come on over. Maybe Fly was just clearing up the wave first and then went over.
Blue buff did just fade, though, on him. So now his sustain is not quite going to be there. He just has the Catalyst of Aeons and Double Doron.
Ooh, Fly in an awkward spot. The tidal wave coming out. Chain of Corruption, but it looks like they want to back off here as lots of members of Longzhu come on in. They do not commit to that.
See the wave clear coming out from Fly. Now Prey trying to catch back up in CS. And I feel like this is the point in the game in which Bang is obviously going to go down to pick up the wave. But SK Telecom should want to stay on top of their rotations and look to suffocate their opponent. As long as Longzhu's team comp doesn't really have a very good way at keeping up in pace if SKT keeps up the tempo.
You can see Blank heading up to red buff, but they also spotted Crash moving his way up into top. And, you know, he could have been available to help out with a counter gank there, maybe rotate up Faker as well after he pushes, but you do see that Crash goes back home, and Blank just gonna get that red buff. Really nice amounts of damage coming out from Jace already. And he's not even on one completed item just yet. Let's get in there.
SK Telecom handshaking the fact that they'll just be content.
Ooh, they were looking for a big stun onto Wolf. Perhaps engaging there with the Karma Sivir, but did not quite happen. Trading flash for flash.
Flash for flash, not the worst trade, especially given the fact that Fly's summoners come up a little bit sooner than Wolf's because of those Ionian boots. And right now, SK Telecom just sort of letting the game unfold on its own, continuing to just farm every wave as they come, doing everything very standard, and Crash on this Rengar really hasn't been able to make anything happen. So now at this point in the game, when Dragon does begin to come up, it's going to be very difficult for Longzhu to establish any sort of vision control around it.
Oh, gross. That's what it feels like playing against Varus, Jace, Mist-Chain of Corruption onto Fly. But Gorilla, almost forced to go back to Recall, is sticking around, has some regeneration that he had bought from earlier. But Huni's making his way down, and they're just putting on that pressure with the amount of poke they have, able to rotate over here, give gold or blue over to Faker. Not sure what a gold buff would be. That would be interesting. Now they're going to go on to Rift Herald. There's a bit of vision around there. Not sure what Longzhu can do about this, though. They may want to come on in.
Well, it's a pretty opportunistic Rift Herald. Even if they can't capture it, it's going to bait Longzhu into having a team fight with them.
They will, and look at Fly and Gorilla. They're both extremely low, but also Blank and Wolf are, so Wolf is going to be jumped upon. They almost let him get away for free, kind of funnily there, but it does eventually get taken out by Crash. That's just going to be one kill given on over to Longzhu.
Kill goes over to Longzhu in the end, and SK Telecom, I liked the call for the Herald, but then the fight didn't go their way. But they need to make something else happen, otherwise the game's just going to continue to stagnate, and there's always the chance that some sort of Rengar plays can enable Longzhu to get back into this game. And we'll take another quick look at it. So they come off the Herald. The problem is that Faker, out of mana and doesn't really have anything to do. He ended up getting trapped inside of the pit, and despite a beautiful ultimate from Huni with that equalizer, Crash still able to get the kill onto Wolf. And then SK Telecom were forced to retreat at that point.
Uh-oh, we got a bit of a setup here. The poor Huni is going to get caught out here with the twisted advance, and Crash coming on in. Not much he can do. Even Gorilla joining in for the 3-on-1. And that will give over the Dragon to SKT in the trade for a kill. Looks like Longzhu might also go up to the top tower here.
Mountain Drake going over to SKT in favor of, well, the trade for the top tier 1 turret in exchange for the Mountain Drake I don't think is that bad. In fact, I think it would be pretty beneficial for SK Telecom. Now they have a lane that they can safely just funnel gold into one of the carries. Longzhu not going to be able to make use of this lane at all in the future. And you can see how difficult it is for them to actually get waves in bottom to SK Telecom's bottom tier 1 turret.
Fly's just
tier
playing
1 might go down here too.
Yeah, Fly's kind of just playing dodgeball, speeding himself up, trying to dodge Sock Blast after piercing arrow after piercing arrow, trying not to get hit by anything. And that's the amount of pressure that SKT can exert when they push turrets like that. Even against a Zillion, can't really get close enough.
Now if you're SK Telecom, all that you really have to do is keep banging in mid lane, because the piercing arrows are going to be more than enough wave clear to fight back against Fly's ability to push. And now you can actually put Faker up in top and funnel that lane on him, since he's one of your primary carries. And this will open up Huni to start split pushing bottom. And there's very little incentive for Crash to come onto the bottom half of the map, given that there is no dragon. and it's too much of a resource investment to really try to push on and make sure that they can capture the bottom tier 1 turret. You can see that Gorilla and Crasher here trying to make something happen.
And they may just try to get onto Faker here, but the tidal wave will push this away. Gonna trade teleport for teleport. Here comes Prey in the back. And we don't quite have an engage from here. Fly is in a bit of trouble though. The equalizer coming out. He's gonna be burst down. No ultimate coming out. Expression all alone going 1v5. He should be taken out as well. That's gonna be a double kill given over to Bang.
SK Telecom gonna be able to push on now and get this top tier 1 turret. Still a minute until Baron, but that might be enough of an opening for them to capture the Herald before it disappears. Though it doesn't seem like maybe, I can't tell exactly what they want to do. If they're gonna go for Herald, they would have to do it now, yep. So the pings do go down onto it. And this will mean that Herald will persist on until 39 minutes, so basically that's gonna be around for the entire game. Probably you just wanna put it onto Blink here, unless you have intent to have Huni split push. You can see a little bit indecisive who's gonna take it. Oh.
Can Prey play dodgeball? Well, he dodges 1. Piercing arrow does land. He's sticking around. He's got Karma nearby. They're going to have to give over blue again to Faker.
You can see that this time around, Fly having to go Rod of Ages. Not able to get away with just the Morel and Omicron because of how much of a lane bully Jace was early on. Prey trying his best to just farm up as much as he can for the team fights later on. And you can see that this team fight, they call in the teleport from Expression, and SK Telecom didn't actually need to call Huni up, but once they do, Longzhu calls in Fly, and then the team fight just ends up getting turned on top of itself. The equalizer going on to Fly right there. He didn't even ult himself, and then Expression re-engages, and it was just very sloppy team fight by Longzhu and SK Telecom capitalizing on their mistakes. Cloud Drake, next dragon of the game to spawn. That would be the second one for SKT. Could certainly look into picking that up. And right now, all that they really need to do is they can actually 1-3-1 if they want to and put Faker up in top lane. Right now they have Bang there, but Huni should be going uncontested in bottom.
There are a lot of pings going on to Baron here, but they're not quite going for it. It looks like they wanted to bait. Chain of Corruption doesn't miss, but oh, the bubble as well. As Crash forced to jump away, still eating a ton of poke damage on his way out. And will they think about going for it now? We do have a lot of members all grouped up around here, and there's zero vision for Longzhu. They have no idea. They kind of, well, they have an idea that all these members are up here, but they don't know exactly when it started, so they have to slowly push on in. Now they see exactly where it's at. It's very, very low. What are they going to do here? Tidal wave coming out, and no. Actually, Faker's going to get a kill onto Gorilla as well, and uh-oh. Longzhu kind of just has to run away, although Expression is jumping in. Crash able to jump onto Bang, but Bang does survive. And now they're fighting a 4v5 still. Not a lot of mana onto Bang, but it just doesn't matter. So much damage coming out of Faker and Bang. That's going to be a bunch of kills given over. Double kill for both of them. Ends the Baron, so SKT in a fantastic spot.
SK Telecom in the complete driver's seat in control of this game right now. They're going to get a few towers off this before they recall at the very least. Fly didn't even cast his ultimate last team fight. And they might actually be able to push on and get an inhibitor here. It's just Gorilla who's left to try to defend, and you can see that they're just shredding that turret so quickly. They have the Mountain Break. Gorilla goes down, back to the zoo for him.
Oh boy. And they're actually not even staying for that inhibitor. They're playing it very, very safe, very SKT. Just saying, okay, you know, we don't need it right now. We're so far ahead that if both of us died, would it be worth it? Maybe not. And so they're just gonna go for another Cloud Drake, and they're gonna be even faster. They deny another Cloud Drake away from this very engaged, heavy composition of Longzhu. And I mean, as you said, they're just totally in the driver's seat. 10,000 gold ahead. They're gonna get the third dragon of the game, and we're gonna have to see the miracle comeback from Longzhu at this point.
Would need to be a miracle team fight if they want to have any sort of a hope at coming back. And If they're going to make that happen, they would need to coordinate some sort of a pick with the Rengar and Maokai, but that seems extremely unlikely. SK Telecom almost at a 10,000 gold lead here. Faker basically 100 to 0s anyone that isn't Expression.
Even Expression gets 100 to 25 perhaps now.
Rotating down to bottom. They're going to easily just shred this bottom tier 2 turret.
Oh boy.
Prey actually got caught.
Yeah, he got caught by that. And, well, that's going to be the end for him. Tidal Wave just to help clean up. And look at the burst damage. I mean, even just out of Bang, who's now 5-0-2. Faker sitting at 4-0-5. And we haven't even factored in Huni, who's split pushing on the other side of the map, who can easily lay down an equalizer, flash in, you know, do an incredible amount of magic damage to add to all the physical. And I think SKT is looking to end this game ASAP. They have the Baron as well. 45 seconds still left. They're pushing top, they're pushing bot. There's just no real defense here for Longzhu.
SKT is certainly looking to try to end this game as quick as possible. The Baron buff still alive for a little bit longer. It looked like Wolf is maybe tapping and escorting the wave. Crash had to go up to top lane to try to deal with the Rumble. They're going to try to make the most of this Baron that they can. They at least open up the base, even if they don't get any inhibitors, although they're bringing down Huni. They might be looking for a team fight.
One more push, perhaps. Got about 10 seconds on the Baron. And looks like only Blank is left. Blank, rather, is left alone. Huni just going to escort in this mid wave, and actually is going to be engaged upon here. He's kind of all alone. Will flash away. That should save his life. Will SKT re-engage is the question. And some summoners used mainly just the flash out of Expression, and maybe that's going to give them the go-ahead to go onto this bottom inhibitor.
SKT looks like they're really not messing around. Trying to get both of these inhibitors, create as much pressure as possible, and then recall, and then go for a Doom push.
So just gonna get that bottom inhibitor and back off from here. Actually, Crash is able to get the blue, funnily enough, amongst 3 SKT very strong members. And it's kind of interesting to see SKT in the entirety of this series, because game 1 was so passive, and it really came down to the Jhin for Prey, but also the engage of Rengar Echo, that combo that they had, that it seemed like SKT really could not deal with their composition. But they showed like a small amount of weakness. You know, they showed that they're not invincible. Of course, losing to Afrika also helped out with that.
Listen, what it really came down to, Brendan, was someone told them that they couldn't stream if they lost game 3.
That's another potential possibility. Wow,
Faker
Crash
looked at his Streamlabs. He said, wait a minute, I need this.
I need this in my life. I can't have this go away. I mean,
Peanut got subbed out because he's actually streaming right now. He didn't want to be asked. But they're just posturing for a little bit. There's 1 inhibitor turret remaining, and the exposed inhibitor in mid lane. Longzhu has to be extremely careful. They can't eat any poke. Fly just gave away that Faker's on top of a ward. Tried to throw 2 balls at Faker. Faker wasn't having any of it.
Yeah, not like any of that. Here we go. Moving on into the top turret now. I mean, Longzhu still has decent wave clear, but, well, actually fantastic wave clear, but it's still, you know, when you're going up against that poke, when you see that kind of poke coming out of Jace at this point, what are you going to do? 27 minutes into the game, your support doesn't exist after 1 shock blast. Well, now Fly doesn't exist either. And, you know, just making his rounds, a little bit of poke damage onto the turret. Doesn't have to fully engage. Now they can engage. Equalizer on top of the tidal wave. Fire and water crashing together. Huni going to make quick work, burning down the tree. Crash trying to do what he can, is going to be bursted down. And, well, everybody's just so low that they're going to have to back off. So 1 inhibitor goes down. That's the second one. The mid one should go down. Quick time here. And it does explode.
Huni has teleport. He could just recall and teleport to a minion to lock it up. They still have about 25 seconds on Expression, but choosing to play it really safe and actually just backing off to the Baron. I really like this. Not something I would always expect to see out of teams.
As you said, they need to keep their streams mad, so they're not making any mistakes now.
Now they're going to recall, get all of their final items. Dragon coming up as well, and if they want to play it really safe, they'd probably just pick that one up as well. It is another Mountain Drake, so it will help with killing the Nexus turrets.
It's so crazy to see with the lethality changes, Jace mid nowadays, if he gets a lead and he gets enough lethality items, it's like the players on the opposite team that don't build armor, he's doing true damage to, or like almost. He's doing close to it, and it's insane the amount of damage he can do. Like 75% of a support's health bar, or even an AD. It's pretty crazy. Well, they're gonna try to get onto Prey, and he takes a lot of burn damage. Cat's gonna go, he's getting thrilled here, going on a bit of a thrill of a hunt, and just gonna jump onto a minion. As SKT pushing on in, one last stand out of Expression. He's alone. Nobody on his team wants to go in with him. They're like, nope, you can mess with your KDA, man. I don't care. I'm not going in. I'm going back to the fountain. As SKT is going to sweep them up after losing the first game, take the 2-1 victory in this series.
And that was the SK Telecom that we expected to see coming into this series. They finished the game with a little bit over a 15,000 gold lead at 30 minutes. And that was just utter destruction. That's what I was expecting to see in game one.
Yeah.
Didn't quite see it. Thought Longzhu had a glimmer of hope, actually, to take the laners. Weren't really giving a lot of breathing room for Crash. And even when Crash did get advantages, he didn't seem to really know what to do with it relative to his interaction with the lane matchups. And so I feel like if they weren't against SK Telecom, they probably would have gotten away with it, but as Scooby-Doo once showed us, those meddling kids, man.
Fly, he was looking good in game one on that Echo especially. Game 2 Zillion was not bad either. He got caught once, but then game 3 was where he was like, well, someone's got to do something about that Jace, man, because I certainly couldn't do anything about it.
The face of a man that just got told that Rengar's not Camille.
Poor guy.
Unfortunate.
So, SKT does not take another loss today. We don't have another crazy upset, but we already had one tonight. This would have been a historical night had we had both KT and SKT both go down.
Would have been quite a Valentine's Day in South Korea. There's Prey. Phenomenal Jhin performance earlier on tonight. Not able to do too much in the end. And we'll see what ends up happening for both of these teams. Again, Longzhu has only lost to the upper tier teams so far in LCK Spring. They certainly are still looking like the best of the middle pack teams. We'll see what they do later on into the season, but we're gonna go to the MVP's winners interview, and that'll be it for tonight's series.
Welcome back to the Analyst Desk, guys. This will be the final segment of the night as we head into the final stages here, the final MVP of Game 3 for SKT. And we're going to take a look at the final result as well.
Sorry, trying to catch my breath. I know you saw me jump on stage. But yeah, another very clean, very textbook, should I say, game by SKT, just closing out the game. And who would have expected Blank subbing in was the one that kind of sparked all this?
Yeah.
I'm not saying
He's
it was
like
all
next,
Blank.
He's the next Haru now.
That's right. Or maybe just given how consistent SKT looked, very Bengi-esque, I think. And I know those guys had a great relationship. Maybe Blank, you know, Bengi's spirit living on in SKT.
And this is what I think Huni and Blank were looking at. The damage graph of Jace, Varus, and even Rumble up there. You can see that nobody really compares. Even Sivir, I'm not even sure how he got that damage.
Both the poke-oriented carries, Jace and Varus, coming up huge for SKT, and that was really what the composition was about, right?
Yeah.
Longzhu tried to go for the answer with mobility. Sivir, Karma, and Zilean also bringing out some of that added speed onto Rengar, and I have to admit, it was really fun to watch, but let's look at the MVP first.
Well, it's Jace. Jace is the MVP.
Faker really put the beat down on Fly, I have to say. I think it was at 15 minutes, Fly Zilean's just walking around with just the Catalyst, and my heart's breaking for him, but what could you say?
I mean, I joke about Jace. It is very strong, but Faker played a fantastic Jace against Zilean in mid. Starting from level 2, he just didn't even let Fly get close to the lane. So
that's right, and with Faker winning the second MVP, today we have Huni and Faker at the MVP interview desk. Now, first Huni saying, I know I'm clapping right now, but I don't think my MVP is worth clapping for.
Faker's like, yeah, mine is.
Or rather, Faker's MVP, and Faker saying, I think Huni's jealous. So what do the two players think about that comeback victory? So Huni saying that they're obviously very, quite disappointed with that first match, but very impressive or memorable series overall. Huni's first Camille and Rumble match. And Faker says Longzhu was actually, they made so few mistakes and they proved that they're a strong, solid team. So I think we, in terms of SKT, we have a lot to learn from today's match and the mistakes we made as well. So elaborating on what he means by SKT's mistakes, Faker just says, I consider all death to be mistakes. So that might be an area that he might want to address. So Huni got the MVP as Camille in set 2 today, and looks like the Huni DPS or tank carry champion meme is back. What did he think when he picked Camille? And Huni says, it's always a lot of pressure when you first pick a champion because there's that added pressure for you to perform on it, right? Even my hands were so sweaty as I picked the first pick, Camille, but Coach, referring to Como, I believe, Coach Como wiped my hands with his shirt sleeves. Very fatherly right there. So elaborating on that Camille pick, Huni is just basically saying, well, I'm very good at Camille. You know, very straightforward, and saying he considers every game he plays Camille as basically a victory. And Faker talking about that matchup as well. Huni had to play Camille into Renekton, just saying whenever I headed to the top lane, Renekton was so, you know, chipped down already. So about that first gank, Huni says, I was the one that called blank in there. I knew that Renekton was going to head into that tri-bush. Now I believe Captain Jack asked Huni what is his favorite Camille skill, and Huni says, well, they're all great in a lot of ways. Her W is very good in lane. Her Q brings a lot of true damage, which is also great as well. And Huni just says it's hard to choose because it's such a great skill set. And same question to Faker, and Faker says, well, Camille's just really great. And Huni says, that's what I said.
Well, yeah, it's broken.
So what are Camille's weaknesses? And Huni says, well, sometimes if you go against a really strong champion before you get your Trinity Force, it might be a little hard, but really nothing is really a weakness with Camille. And Faker seems to nod in agreement there. He's just saying he doesn't like it. So Faker early picked mid Jace today. Was that something that he planned? And Faker says, well, I did take the opponent's picks into consideration before I picked Jace, and I feel like my poke is hitting pretty accurately these days, talking about the Shock Blast. So talking about some of the SK telecom bans that are going on this season. And Faker says, well, usually when you do have some OP champions left open, you want to match that and leave them open, or sometimes when they're banned, you want to match them and ban them. It's about setting a good balance in terms of what's left open for you in the pick-in phase. Now, Longzhu went for a Sivir Karma composition in the final third set. What did Faker think about that? So Faker says, I think it made a lot of sense for the opponent, and because he's keeping the Afrika loss in mind, he wasn't too surprised by it. Now, Captain Jack asked Faker about a recently buffed item. I do have to apologize. The name has escaped
Edge of
me.
Night, probably.
Probably, yeah. And Faker just said, if you're an AD champion, just buy it.
Yeah,
That's
I
his,
would agree.
Yeah, that's his answer.
It's probably the most busted item right now.
Now, Blank was a great asset to this result today. What do the two think about the addition of Blank or the substitution? And Faker says, Blank is doing so well these days that I really expected him to make a big difference in set 2, and he did exactly that. Although I will say, Blank started talking down to me once we were in the game. Of course, talking down is in the Korean form of speech. Talking casually, it would be another interpretation. And Huni says, well, you know, whoever's better at League of Legends is the older one. You know, that's how it works. Your age doesn't matter.
Yeah. He's the boss of the team, the god himself. Don't talk down to Faker.
So final comments for the fans. And Huni says, moving forward, a lot of teams are strong teams, and we did make a lot of mistakes, but we're going to reinforce, we're going to address those mistakes and show you a clean finish to this season. And Faker says, we've been losing a lot because we've been playing against a lot of big teams, strong teams. So we're going to try to lose less starting from the next match. And I think we need to work hard because the KT match is coming up as well. Interesting that he...
Couple of KT matches.
That's right. Called them, you know, strong or big teams just straight off the bat.
Yeah, even talking about Afrika and Longzhu. Definitely respecting some of the other teams in the league. So... the results of today's matches, if you guys are joining in just now, I'm not sure why you would, but 2-0 of MVP over KT Rolster. Definitely go ahead and watch those VODs. And then Longzhu came close, but did eventually go down to SK Telecom, taking the 1-2 there.
And I believe this is the final look at the league table. KT Rolster and SK Telecom, after today, tied again with 6 wins and 1 loss. Again, KT Rolster picking up that loss just earlier today.
And it's very close up at the top. You can see that there are 3 teams that are kind of dragging behind everyone else. Generic Green Wings, Rocks, Tigers, and Hongdu. Everybody else has a big chance to, you know, be up near the top and can easily contest for 3rd place. And obviously KT and SKT up at the top.
I believe just 1 more week would put us into round 2, which means it's literally halfway across the season already. So we'll have to see what the league table looks at in that halfway point. And the analyst us just talking a little bit more about it. Obviously, the big match that everybody's looking forward to, the KT versus SKT showdown. You know, the super team versus the, well, SKT.
The other super team.
Yes.
Yeah, it's going to be a big couple of matches. And, of course, guys, tomorrow we do have Kongdu Monster versus Generic Green Wings and then the BBQ Olivers versus Afrika Freaks. So definitely go ahead and check those matches out. Those will be on OGN for Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday. So definitely support the guys over there. And that should be it for today. You can see some of the schedules on the left side for both of these teams if you want more information there. But thanks once again for joining us for tonight's broadcast. Was a fun one, had an upset, was a bunch of very exciting games as well. But we'll see you next time on the Spoke broadcast. Definitely tune in tomorrow for more LCK. Tell me what you want out of this
Some girls like the boys who are fast. Some girls like making it last. Who are you? Some girls got so much to prove, but those girls got nothing on you. Who are you? Who are you? Won't you tell me now? Won't you tell me now? Tell me what you love. Is the sunlight? Tell me what you feel. Is it alright? Sitting on the bed at the back of the room. We can get along if you want us to. Tell me what you want out of this life. Tell me what you say when the mood's right. Sitting on the bed in the back of a room. We can hit it off if you want us to. I learned to cover you. I learned to cover you. I learned to cover you. Some girls like the boys who are bad. Some girls just don't know what they have. Who are you? Tell me what you love.